expecting that people will arrive on time, but at this juncture, I think those who were invited, most of them are research, and each faculty have the mission, at least to develop an international conference to advance the sciences in their field. And we congratulate the Faculty of Computing and Information Science. And we hope that it will continue every year or every 2 years. I don't know the plan today. So the theme is harnessing emerging technologies. As scientists, we are all affected by these emerging technologies.
With us, I would like to ask you to stand up and then we pray. Our most kind Father, who art in heaven, we thank thee for your protection. For those who came from far away, who came safely, and find us safely also, that's because of your blessing. We ask you kindly to bless each and everyone here so that you may have peace from thee. We cannot do anything without having your wish and your will. As we have organized this international conference from UNILAC, please, we ask you kindly to protect each. Please, we ask you kindly to protect each and everyone here. Anyone who will be speaking, be with him. And every safely, guide their homes until we finish this conference. We thank you again. We dedicate this conference into your hands. We pray in Jesus' name.
I will not dive into this conference into explaining the theme of this conference, because many who we present and the speakers here in front, we do it. But I wanted to contribute to a shared vision where emerging technologies serves as enablers of sustainable development, supporting resilient systems, inclusive growth, and long-term socio-economic transformation for Rwanda, Africa, and the global community. So this is what we are looking toward for when we be following all the presentation that will happen in this room. Before I request maybe the Vice Chancellor to make an opening remark, let me acknowledge the presence of some of the organization people that we have invited. I would like to recognize the presence of Dr. Theonest Ndikubwimana, who is here representing the Higher Education Council. So I think for those who doesn't know him, you can welcome. We have also here in front Mr. Ruzindana Innocent, who is the Chief Technical Officer at the Rwanda Broadband System Corporation, BSC. We are happy also to be with Dr. Papias, who is the chair of UNILAC Board of Directors. But he is also the director of the Rwanda Coding Academy. We have some other organizations. Some are already here in the room. Some others are on the way, but we recognize those institutions that have accepted to be part of this conference. Dr. Seva Karador from RISA, welcome. We have Alpha Computers. I don't know if Mr. Karenzi or Ituze Jeme are around. I think they're not yet here. Richter also. Richter, I don't know if we have the representative who has confirmed to be in attendance, maybe on its way. We have invited the National Cybersecurity Authority. We have Hacker Eve, who's Network Security Officer at the Broadband System Corporation. Hacker Eve is here. You can stand so that they know your presence. I think the district executive administrator of Gasabo is not yet here, but he confirmed that he's on his way. Bajaneza Kevin, Chief Executive Officer at NATCOM. And from our universities, we have Professor Musabe Richard. I think he's here. So he's the Dean of College of Science and Technology at the University of Rwanda. We have also Professor Jason Sewagenzi, who's the Dean of Faculty of Computing at Adventist University of Central Africa. We have Dr. Gamarier, I've seen him, from the East African University of Rwanda, who's Director of Research. And we have also the UR Center of Excellence, Dr. Damia. I don't know if he, I think not yet. We have also a Warigo representative. You have seen him offering a prayer, and he's a new Gachiza Dotam, and his deputy, Mr. Gashaija Justin, was the deputy Rigo representative of UNILAC. We have also the deputy chairperson for the board of directors, Mrs. Alphonsine. With us, we have also some international guests who will be, most of them, our keynote speakers. I welcome and recognize the presence of Mr. John Mbesia, Joan Mbesia, CEO of Tech Mindset Africa from Kenya. Thank you, Joan. We have also Michael Ruther Kunli from Sweden. Welcome, Michael. We have Dr. Uma from Marymount University, USA. Thank you, Dr. Uma, for coming. We have also Dr. Michael Tuape, Lund University, Finland. So these are among our keynote speakers that have accepted to be with us for this first conference. And I hope that in the future we will have time to invite you again, and I hope you will be happy to come and be with us as you are the pioneers for this conference. We have also professors from UNILAC. I acknowledge your presence, and student, I will not require you to stand. Let me also recognize the organizing team from the Faculty of Computing Sciences and Computing and Information Sciences, with the Dean, Professor Enan, and the organizing team. I will request you to raise so that we congratulate you. Okay, this is the team from the Faculty of Computing Science that have organized this conference. There is also someone who had just arrived from INES. It is a university located in the northern part of Rwanda, Musanze. Ines, I don't know if, welcome. She has been here. So with this, I think I have, if there is someone that I've just forgotten, you bear with me. With this, let me invite our Vice Chancellor, Professor Ngamije, now to make an opening remark.
Distinguished participants, delegates, lecturers and students, ladies and gentlemen. The organizing committee, it is with great honor and pleasure to welcome you to the first international conference on computing information sciences is organized and hosted by the University of the Adventist of Kigali. Allow me to welcome in a very special way the international guests who joined us here in our beautiful country, Rwanda, a nation that has become a symbol of resilience, innovation, and forward-looking development. Today, we gather at a defining moment in history. Across the globe, societies are confronting complex and interconnected challenges. Climate change, public health emergencies, natural disasters, rapid urbanization, and humanitarian crisis. These realities remind us that preparedness is no longer optional, it is essential. Yet, within these challenges lies extraordinary opportunities. The theme of this year's conference, Harnessing Emerging Technologies for Sustainable Development, Innovative Solutions for a Changing World, is both timely and highly relevant. In an era characterized by rapid digital transformation, climate change, cyber security threats, and evolving socioeconomic challenges, emerging technologies are playing a critical role in shaping sustainable and resilient societies. Across Rwanda, Africa, and the global community, advances in artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, cloud and edge computing, blockchain, wireless networks, and sustainable computing are transforming how we live, work, and govern. We are living in an era where technology, once unimaginable, is now transforming the way humanity responds to emergencies. These technologies offer powerful tools for addressing pressing development challenges, enhancing efficiency, strengthening security, improving service delivery, and promoting inclusive economic growth. Artificial intelligence can predict disasters before they strike. Satellites can monitor environmental change in real time. Digital health systems can connect patients and doctors across vast distance. Drones can deliver life-saving medical supplies to remote communities within minutes. In fact, here in Rwanda, we have already seen how innovation can redefine emergency response. Through partnerships with companies such as Zipline, Rwanda has been pioneer in the use of autonomous drones to deliver blood and medical supplies to hospitals and health centers across the country. What once took hours can now take minutes, saving lives when every second matters. However, they also raise important concerns related to ethics, privacy, digital inclusion, skills gaps, and long-term sustainability. Therefore, capacity building remains a cornerstone of sustainable technological progress. Continuous investment in education, research, innovation, and skills development is essential to empower researchers, practitioners, and policymakers to effectively design, deploy, and govern emerging technologies. UNILAC, together with its national and international partners, is uniquely positioned to contribute to this mission by fostering research excellence, innovation, and knowledge exchange. In particular, the spirit of innovation reflects Rwanda's broader national vision embodied in Vision 2050, which seeks to build a knowledge-based, technology-driven economy while ensuring sustainable and inclusive development. It reminds us that technology is not simply about progress, it is about people. Because at the heart of every emergency response is a human story. A family waiting for medical care, a community rebuilding after disaster, a child whose future depends on our ability to act quickly and wisely. But innovation does not happen in isolation. It requires collaboration, research institutions, humanitarian organizations, private sector, and the communities we serve. It requires investment in knowledge, capacity, and infrastructure. Most importantly, it requires a shared vision that no community, no matter how remote or vulnerable, should be left behind in accessing life-saving technologies. From AI-driven solutions for social good and smart cities enabled by Internet of Things to secure cloud infrastructure, blockchain-based financial technologies, and green computing solutions, this conference emphasizes practical, forward-looking innovations that respond to real-world challenges. Inclusiveness is equally critical. Sustainable digital transformation must ensure that no one is left behind. Finally, sustainability must guide all technological advancements. Environmentally responsible computing, energy efficient systems, and ICT solutions for development are essential to ensuring that technological progress supports long-term social, economic, and environmental well-being. UNILAC remains committed to advancing sustainable computing and digital innovation through research, training, and collaborative platforms such as this conference. During this conference, I encourage all participants to actively engage in discussions, share insights, and build partnerships that translate research into impactful solutions. I extend my sincere gratitude to the organizing committee, our sponsors, partners, and all participants for their dedication and invaluable contributions toward the success of ICCIST2026. Your participation enriches the conference, and I look forward to the stimulating discussions and innovative ideas that will emerge. Once again, welcome to Rwanda, the country that has shown how resilience and innovation can shape a brighter future. Let us commit ourselves to harnessing technology not only to respond to emergencies, but to build a safer, more sustainable world for generations to come. Let us embark together on this journey of knowledge, collaboration, and innovation for sustainable development. I wish you all a productive, inspiring, and impactful conference. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor, for the opening remarks and emphasizing all the challenges that we face and promise that ICT solutions can bring to solving all those challenges and bringing development. Let me invite also Mr. Ruzindana for his remarks. He is the Chief Technical Officer, as I said, for the Broadband Systems Corporation. Welcome.
Good morning. Distinguished guests, researchers, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor and a privilege to stand before you this morning on this very great occasion as UNILAC starts or brings together people from different institutions to discuss on emerging technologies. As I stand before you, I'm from a internet service provider, but as well as a technology company that provides different solutions, including developing systems that work hand in hand with these emerging technologies that we are talking about. So it's an honor to be here today. We are living in an era unlike the previous human eras that we are living in, but today is the technological era that we are in, whereby the imaginations that we used to hear about are being put into reality. Technologies that once seemed like science fiction are now shaping our everyday lives. From intelligent systems that understand human languages to machines that can learn, adapt, and even create the age of artificial intelligence. At the heart of this transformation lies organizations like OpenAI that every one of us, I hope that we know, whose mission is to ensure the artificial general intelligence benefits all the humanity, and it reflects the responsibility we all share as researchers, innovators, and developers. Emerging technologies such as AI, blockchain, quantum computing, and Internet of Things are not just tools. They are powerful enablers of change, of which we are all looking for. In sectors like health, AI is improving diagnostics and saving lives of people. In education, it is personalizing learning experiences and making knowledge more accessible. In agriculture, it is helping farmers to predict yield and manage resources more efficiently, especially the critical regions like African regions. But as we celebrate the advancements that have been brought forth by these emerging technologies, we must also confront the questions that arise. These are the questions that I want to bring to every one of us. As we rejoice the emerging technologies, how do we ensure the ethical use of these AI or other emerging technologies? Are we using it ethically? That's something that I want us to ask ourselves this question. How do we protect privacy in data and our data get exposed? How ready are we to protect the data so that they remain confidential? How do we bridge the digital divide so that no one is left behind? The future of technology must be inclusive, transparent, and responsible. For countries in Africa, including Rwanda, emerging technologies present a unique opportunity, not just to catch up, but to leapfrog into a digitally empowered future. Investments in digital infrastructure, local innovation ecosystems, and skill development will be key to much as we are looking at it, but we would think of the infrastructures where all these digital technologies that we are talking about are going to be hosted. So it's very important that we think about it. However, technology alone is not enough. It requires people. Not only people, but visionary people. It requires engineers. Not only engineers, but committed engineers. It requires educators and the young minds who are willing to learn, to adapt, and to lead. It's very essential that in the academia, as we do all these conferences, we should think of the young minds that will be ready to adapt. The true power of AI lies not only in the machines themselves, but in how we choose to use them to solve the world problems. Let us remember, will not replace humanity, but humanity with AI will redefine that it is possible. As we move forward, have discipline to engage into these digital changes. Let us work hand in hand with the industry, digital technologies, and let us build technologies that uplift our societies, that empower our communities, and create opportunities for all. At BSc, we have a team of people that are working on developing different will enable all these technologies that we are talking about. Not only enabling them, but also helping the young people that we have been talking about to get involved, to love what they are doing. Every 3 months, to use the skills they have acquired from their schools to try to put in place, develop these applications with the help of our engineers. At the end of the year, to have developed at least 3 applications that are going to solve the emerging issues that we always see within our communities and our societies. The future is not something that we wait for. It is something that we build, and we have to build it together. And together, with the power of emerging, fairer and more inclusive. I hope that by the end of this conference, we will have come up with ideas of how all these are going to be put in place. I thank you so much. I wish you a blessed day.
Thank you, Mr. Ruzindana. That was a round of applause for the speech. I want another round of applause for being the sponsor. Broadband System Corporation have been the sponsor of this conference, so accepting to be a sponsor. We thank also Alpha Computers among the sponsors of this conference. Alpha Computer, I don't know if the representative is already here, but even if he's not here, we recognize your contribution. And we recognize also the contribution of the Rwanda Internet Community and Technology Alliance, RICTA. They are also the sponsors of this conference. Thank you for your remarks, and he has touched on the ecosystem. He has touched on the ecosystem from infrastructure to policy, human capital. And he mentioned also that the young minds need to be educated for this thing we are discussing here. And we are lucky to be with Dr. Papias Nijena, who is the director of the Rwanda Coding Academy. I think he will touch on maybe one of the part of the ecosystem when they talked about young minds. And he's, as I said, also the chair of board of directors at UNILAC. So welcome, and at the same time, I will request you at the end of your remarks to invite the guest of honor to open officially this conference.
Guest of honor, dear Vice Chancellor, dear participant, all protocol observed, good morning. It's a privilege to stand here in front of you and be a participant of this very important conference. I would like to start by congratulating the administration of our university in Iraq. Actually, we used to request the administration to make a research, a culture here in our university. And again, congratulate the organizer. My word will be addressed especially to the young people, to the students, what we call the Gen Z. I really thank the organizer, the team they have chosen to harnessing emerging technology for sustainable development, for innovative solution for a changing world. We are living in a changing world. That is a fact. Technology, they are changing day by day. That's why we need every day, because the technology is changing every day. And we need also to follow the technology, because we are giving the community, we are giving the industry, the people who will be driving those technologies. Why I say this? Because we have seen that this AI, we are living in AI era, and people are afraid for living in this era because they said AI is swallowing thousands of jobs. But for the young, they know that is also an opportunity because it's creating billions of jobs. I remember for different occasions, His Excellency, our President, reminds us every time, you know, Africa have been missing industrial revolution or industrial revolutions. So for this industrial revolution you are living in, Africa should not miss it, especially our young people. And what is required actually to know, of course, we have infrastructure. Here in Rwanda, we are lucky because the infrastructure, you know, we have the broadband, we have this fiber is all over our country. So for our young people, we should use this infrastructure we have and then go deep and build these algorithms which will drive AI. And it's not only research, but you don't need to wait up to you have age to produce, as it is our culture in Africa. But young people, teenagers, they can start using the technology we have. Really thank the administration of our university because it has seen the reason why we should focus on teaching and also investing in research in the ICT, so that we create so many jobs. We create our own solution which will drive our economy. So once again, we congratulate the university, especially the administration of the university, to organize such important conference and open officially this conference. Thank you.
The chairperson of the board of directors of UNILAC, the vice chancellor, executive and management team of UNILAC, researchers, innovators, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great honor to be here today on behalf of the Director of Science and Technology, ICCIST2026, under the theme, Harnessing Emerging Technologies for Sustainable Development, Innovative Solutions for a Changing World. This theme speaks for itself. Not only in Rwanda, but at the global level, we are dealing with these emerging technologies, asking different questions regarding their impact on our development. I extend my sincere gratitude to these conference organizers for bringing together this exceptional gathering of minds committed to advancing knowledge and innovation in the digital era. In today's words, computing, information sciences, and emerging technologies are no longer option. My colleague have said it. They are the engines from artificial intelligence and data science to cybersecurity, digital transformation. These technologies are reshaping how we live. They present unprecedented opportunities to solve real-world challenges and drive sustainable growth. Earlier, Vice Chancellor mentioned the use of autonomous drones in health sector in Rwanda. They are now also involved in agriculture, climate change, and others. And our colleague from BSc also mentioned how they are working hard to ensure these emerging technologies contribute to the solving different challenges we are facing. In education also, it is paramount. At the Higher Education Council Rwanda, our mission is to ensure that higher education remain relevant, forward-looking, and impactful. To support our higher learning institutions and universities, INILAC included, recently Higher Education Council published the guidelines for virtual learning and the use of artificial intelligence in higher education. This guiding tool is not only for teaching, learning, assessment, but also research. Our colleague from BSc asked different questions we should be thinking about during this conference, including ethical behavior, data privacy. These guidelines we are mentioning have provided a clear guidance on how the AI could be used in education without, of course, breaching ethical values. University knowledge hubs, they are engines of innovation and entrepreneurship. They must foster critical thinking, creativity, research excellence, and the ability to turn ideas into solutions that generate social and economic values. To this, I would like also to really appreciate and congratulate INILAC for their contribution, not only by having or producing numerous graduates that are on the market, but also by being impactful institutions to the different challenges or problems we are facing. I have been reading different abstracts to be presented in this conference. I picked the two. One is waste management, smart waste management in urban areas like a city. This is a challenge when you go to big cities. You will find it everywhere. Having one of the solutions to these pressing issues generated from INILAC, that it is a very impact to the community. Number two, I picked also traffic management. In growing cities like Kigali, traffic jam is absolute. Not saying big cities. However, finding solutions to those challenges, some think maybe we need more roads, but when you go to a small road that was created today, the jam is there. So having a real-time solution created using this, one of those emerging technologies like AI, it's really amazing. Borrow me your hands to congratulate INILAC today for this big milestone achieved of bringing together and really starting such conference. The timing of this conference, of course, is innovative entrepreneurship and collaborative problem solving across disciplines. Higher education must respond proactively by modernizing curricula, supporting research, innovation infrastructure, and facilitating CIS 2026 provide invaluable opportunities to share ideas, showcase solutions, and build networks that transcend borders, the country, but also as the continent. Inclusive digital transformation must remain a priority. As technology advances, we must ensure that with some level of disability, it's not something we take for granted. Bridging the digital divide that benefits all. To the researchers, innovators, and the participants here today, I encourage you to use sustainable development. Your research outcomes and innovations have the potential to inform policy decisions and also create opportunities for entrepreneurship and societal growth across the earth. Again, I would like to commend INILAC for their visionary leadership and commitment for fostering research, innovation.
Check mic. I'll be very happy to see that everyone has taken his or her seat. Professor, yes, attention. Attention, good morning. Good morning. I see everyone has successfully managed to navigate the first system update. We have refueled our bodies. We've taken a break. And now we are fresh. We are moving next to our next session, which is keynote speakers. And I hope the tea refreshing was as interesting as our opening session. We had interesting insights from the leadership of the university, the leadership of the government in terms of the education sector, and even from the industry. And so, as we get onto this session, I want to invite you and remind you that it's going to be a hub of ideas, of innovation, and collaboration as we handle this interesting theme on harnessing emerging technologies for sustainable development. A quick exercise. I have a very quick, short, brief exercise. Turn to your neighbor. Are you listening to me? Turn to your neighbor. Only 60 seconds. Tell him or her, what emerging technology do you think will solve our problems? And which one are you afraid of? Only 60 seconds. An emerging technology you know will solve problems and one you are afraid of. All right? I can see conversations here and there. Uh-huh. 30 seconds. All right. Those are the reasons why we are here. To make a sustainable future We live in a world that is changing, and therefore AI and emerging technologies are here to help us. All right, can we grab our conference booklets? You must be having this booklet. Kindly get one. Turn behind. Turn behind there. And it is written JOCCI. Turn behind and look at it. JOCCI, Journal of Computing and Communication Innovation. This is a brand new journal by the Faculty of Computing from UNILAC, and we want to inform you that it is open for publication. So drop your manuscripts there as soon as possible so that we can get it rolling. JOCCI. Everybody say JOCCI. Very good. The breakfast is doing well. All right. I want to invite our next moderator, Professor, to be able to take us through the keynote session. Now we are getting technical. The terminologies are going to change. And so, enjoy yourself. Prof.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, it's my great pleasure to moderate this next session of keynote speakers. We have a few, and I would like to first and foremost thank them for accepting to talk to us, to give us their insights on our topic. The theme, I'll repeat it again, it is harnessing emerging technologies for sustainable development, innovative solutions for a changing world. So there are some keywords here. When you talk about changing world, so this world is changing at a very, very high pace. So the innovations that are happening are driving us to change the way we think. They are driving us to change the way we act. And also the way we live and interact with the environment. That's why you see something related to sustainable development, the SDGs. Innocent talked about how we can use these emerging technologies, how we can use these tools responsibly, ethically, right? But also, we need to know how we use these tools to address the global challenges for SDGs. When we talk about SDGs, we need to know how to use these tools for climate change, the inequality, food security, healthcare access, sustainable economic growth, to mention by a few. So we have experts, our keynote speakers. They have expertise in these fields. They are pioneers in their fields, so they'll help us to think critically around these topics that we are talking about, around these keywords, the emerging technologies. My colleague here just asked us which ones we are afraid of. Personally, I don't think we need to be afraid of any of these technologies, but we need to embrace them, right? We need to use them. They are here to support us. They are not here to scare us. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome our keynote speakers. I'll invite them to come to the podium. They've set a very, very good podium here. And I would like them to first come and sit comfortably. I will start with Dr. Uma. Please. Then Michael Ruther. And then Prof. Enan. Good. So I'll give each speaker around 10 minutes just to address to the community here. But before each speaker comes in, I'll be giving you a short, I know it is written in this booklet here, conference booklet here, but I'll give each speaker at least 1 minute. Maybe something that is not written here, they can just start with a short introduction if they need to add something here that is not written. Our first speaker will be Michael Ruther.
Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's a big honor for me to be here today. I'm happy to be back home. And let me start by saying, Africa is not behind. We are underrepresented. And that has to change. The change has come. Gen Z or no, we have no excuse. We might have our elders here, maybe me, but guys, no excuse. You can't hide behind, we have no access to internet. You can't hide behind, oh, there's no telephone. You can't hide behind, oh, I don't know what to do with technology. So, no excuses. We need to make it happen. Today, I'm not going to take much of your time. Name, Michael Luther. I'm the CEO and founder of E-Verify Global. I started this journey, say, over 3 decades ago. And I'll run you through bridging the gap to secure AI adoption. But before that, let me tell you a short story. A student logs in to take an exam online. Systems will scan their face. Everything looks right. Identity verified. But there's a problem. It was someone else with a fake, fabricated AI identity who took the exam. So imagine this scenario for a second. In a bank environment where you are approving a customer from distance, deep fake, government granting benefits, hospitals sharing public records. What if the person behind that identity is not real? What if? And that's what happened. When AI adoption minus trust equals nothing. You can build, but if you build without trust, you're scaling for risk. So that's the only thing I will be talking about today. Technology itself is a commodity. My grandma can learn it if she really wants to. But how do we manage it? How do we use it? How do we leverage it? I'm coming from the background of cybersecurity, talking to a CEO of one of the top 5 fintech here in Africa. And I asked him a simple question. Sir, how do you get your laptop? Oh, from Apple stores, and even your kids, they get their PlayStation there. Yeah, he was so happy. And I look at him and say, if I were you, I wouldn't do that. You know, why not? It's from Apple store. Yeah, a social engineer person, knowing that, okay, if I get you, I can harvest a lot of millions of information and data and money. I will spend $2 million to embed something in that laptop you think you just bought from Apple Store. Who from Apple Store will say no to $2 million from me? But in your eyes, you just bought a laptop and you're happy. While I'm sitting somewhere in China, Bangkok, sipping my pina colada, looking at everything you're doing. That's why, me personally, I don't use free Wi-Fi. Nothing is free. Because with $5 software, I can show you what you're doing. $5 software. So you get to the airport, it's free? It's not free. So, having said that, what's wrong with this picture? Anybody? Come on, don't be shy. Anybody? What's wrong with this picture? Come on. Huh? Okay. You see, the iris says good. There's a match, but in reality, there's no match because the passport belongs to a guy to start with. That's not our passport. So this is when we say we follow double signals. What I'm trying to illustrate here is it's not enough to build a platform to work on AI. Yes, it's so fast. The business will put you. The faculties will say, hey, engineers, let's do something. We need to move. We need to beat the competition. Yeah, that's true. But where is the trust? Where is the governance? What happened when the shit hit the fan? In the olden days, this would have been actually a match with a simple look-alike passport, right? No iris. Somebody look like back where I live, we all look alike. Somebody look at my passport, okay, you can go in. But with a double signal, it won't work. That's why we need to embed trust in whatever we're building today. Now to my favorite stage. How many of you have scanned the code today? Raise up your hands, please. Don't be shy. Good, good. This is an experiment. You see on the walls, there's some QR code there. That's from me. It's just to show you a simple way how we trust technology blindly. We don't question. We leverage it because we are curious. It looks good. Trust is good. Verification is better. And don't be shy. You haven't done anything wrong. You're human. I would have done the same thing. Actually, when I shared this with my team, I deliberately wrote scam, not scan. Scam this QR code. I sent it to 5 of them to see who will still scan it, knowing that it says scam. 3 out of 5 did scan it anyway. 2 was like, Michael, do you meant scan or scam?
Yes.
Thinking it was for the Unilag.
No. We have ours. Our system generates the QR code.
So, but you scanned that one?
No. I scanned the one for the university.
Thank you.
You are welcome.
I like that. So, you stood your ground. Anyone else from that side? I saw some people raising hands. Come on, don't be shy. Come on. Thank you. Just 1 minute. Why did you scan it?
So yesterday we have like AI training session. So I thought that's the toolkit for the session, but apparently it's not.
Thank you. And you just been human, you know? There's nothing wrong. There's no right or wrong out here.
Thank you.
The key message here is that we trust technology without questioning the source. That's actually the only thing I'm talking about here. Nothing more. If you can't trust it, don't use it. It might sound like cliche, but hey, I know what can go wrong. And I'm talking from live hands-on experience. So, when you trust AI, when you trust technology, but I'm going to stick to the AI, it becomes a back door. Instead of making you to be the champion you want to be, everybody will be chasing you around the corridor. Have you implemented this? Why? Who approved it? Because this is actually from a use case, but due to time, I have to cut it down. It's an insurance company in America, built an internal AIT assistant. Everything was perfect, but what's supposed to be the major, creation turned out to be the major risk because third-party data got leaked. Customer called them and say, hey guys, why are you sending us the salary and notes to our company of your staffs? That's when they knew that, oh, we have prompt injection. AI is not going to dictate what you do. You need to guide AI by securing it, by putting the governance in place, by understanding the content, because you also need to be able to stand behind it. But if you don't do that, you get this. Data exposure, you get manipulated intelligence, and when your results become misleading, how can we trust you? You come with us research based on AI 99%. It sounds good grammatically, maybe. But then, where are the sources? Is your model hallucinating? Are you actually saying the truth? Because the trust is not only on the security layer. It has to cut across the information, the output, and the input. I can talk about this until tomorrow. But there's a good news. It's not easy, this is from one of my mentors, to be easy and at the same time be attractive. That was his way of describing iPhone to me. When I said, who's using this junk? He said, Michael, it's not easy to be that easy and be attractive. Keep it simple. And that's the lesson here as well. In order to have a secure AI that will not jeopardize both your economy, the trust, or even run you bankrupt, you need to do these three things. Your cybersecurity team, your AI engineering teams, and the governance part of it, they must be talking. It doesn't matter. Back in the days, we say IT and business goes in parallel. Now we say they go together. It's the same thing for AI. If you start building, I don't know how many large enterprises I've rescued when the CEO or CIO put in their heads like this, what are we going to do? Because somebody is chasing from the above. You chase your team to build, be fast, yes, that's good. But you cannot leave the governance. You cannot leave the compliance behind. You need to follow this because it doesn't matter what you do. If you're not compliant, you can't use it. And if you can't use it, we can't trust you. The AI engineer, they only care about one thing. Let's build. Like those guys here from yesterday, none of you were talking too much about security, but you touched it, so I'll give that to you. But they want to build since yesterday. Meanwhile, you have the cybersecurity guys that say, okay, this is not going to work. But because of the fear of the unknown, I don't know what you guys are building. How are we going to secure it? Who have access? Who should have access to start with? So I believe in zero trust, like zero trust, meaning I don't trust you. You cannot only earn it, I need to know that I can trust you, not you telling me that, okay, it's going to be okay, you can trust. No. So you need to put this in place. Even if you're a startup, guys, from today, you want to build up something, start thinking about the security. You know, I'm going to public health, governance, whatever. You need to put this in place. If you don't have it, it won't work. Lastly, let me give you some takeaways. Yes, let's move fast. We should move fast. Especially here in Africa, we should definitely move fast, but not blindly. No. We move fast, but we build trust from day one. AI can't always determine what is real. Anybody knows why Microsoft call it co-pilot? I was in Redmond. That's why I got my answer. Professor? That's true. That's exactly why that name came up. So that you don't over-trust AI, and then what happened? My sister Johan did something yesterday with this hackathon, said to the guys, I don't want you to go into the AI first. I want you to start thinking what you want to build, put it back in, and then let AI help you to enhance it. That's the way we need to use AI. Add trust layer before AI decisions. Yes. What problems are we trying to solve? What can stop us from actually launching this product? Why and what do we need to secure? What data is AI going to be accessing? Who need to have access to it and why? If you don't have that, you can't build. You shouldn't build. Governance and compliance is a must. It doesn't matter what you do. Yes, nice fintech, but your certificate says 1, 2, 3, 4 password. Who's going to use that? No. You put it, you don't know that, okay, PII cannot leave Rwanda, so you put the PII information in Nigeria, and you spent millions of dollars. You're not compliant. Your system, your platform is super good. But when you're talking to the professors here, or the ICT guys, they'll ask you questions. Where is the PII information going to be? Oh, it's in South Africa. Sorry, mate, we can't do business with you because we can't trust it. So you need to understand what you're building, why, and who is going to buy it. With that said, quick question and answer from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I think for the sake of time, I would request the audience to note some questions or suggestions or inputs from Michael, and then we are going to have a time where you can discuss with the presenters. So, thank you, Michael. I think for the sake of time, let's go quickly to the next presenter. Right, so I think the next presenter is Dr. Uma. So you also have, you also have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Amakuru Yahweh. He's talked about trust. So you can't trust AI. Can you trust human being? Yes or no? For those who are saying yes, may I see your hands up? So I want to ask a question and tell me whether I'm saying I'm lying or I'm saying the truth. It's my first time to be in Kichukiro, Kigali, Rwanda. True or false? Yeah? True. Am I able to operate this? If you don't have it, I have it somewhere.
You have it.
I can read it, hopefully.
Someone can come and help us here?
Yeah, if possible. Yeah, I would appreciate that. My name is Oma. And I want us to just take a minute or a second to reflect on this question. People have been talking about AI since we came here in the morning, right? From Vice Chancellor to the guest of honor. But no one really has defined what AI is. So our simple question, what is AI? Anyone in the audience? So I will give you some tasks to do if you don't answer a question. Anyone who can define what AI is, in a simple term, just what's AI? Okay, AI simply means. Oh, okay, go ahead. Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. AI is a computer simulation to mimic the brain of a human being so that we may design a machine.
Question. Can you clap for that gentleman? If you're not clapping, I know you have a problem with him. Anyway, AI is simply making machines or systems to be able to do things that otherwise would have been done by human being. That is you and me. Simple and clear. And so when we talk about AI, ladies and gentlemen, allow me. Okay. Yeah, we're having some technical challenge here. Good. Yes, so it's still morning, I think, just 1 minute past midday, but I think, let me say, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Vice Chancellor, the Chief Guest, esteemed scholars, fellow researchers, innovators, and leaders. Good afternoon. It's a true honor to be in Kigali for this conference. It's my third time to be here. Back in 2016, when I first visited this beautiful land, the land of 1,000 hills, I came across a gentleman that I will never forget. A young man, so brilliant, ambitious, and full of potential, who was trying to access opportunities that could change his lifestyle. He had everything that it should take to succeed, except one thing: access to the opportunity. So he searched one website after the other. 10 became 20, and each one saying something different. What should have been so clear path to this gentleman became a maze, and slowly something powerful began to fade. The confidence turned into confusion, confusion turns into frustrations, and frustrations turn into doubt. And at that point, the gentleman almost gave up. Not because he lacked the ability to be able to pursue that dream, but because the systems were too complex for him. Now imagine a different world, a world where every confusion, there is clarity. Where instead of barriers, there is guidance. Where instead of silence, there is a conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the promise of AI, artificial intelligence. And that's why this conversation that that we're having here is very important to all of us and the world at large. We are living the most defining moments of our generation, a moment where data is abundant, computing power is accessible, and innovation is accelerating faster than ever before, thanks to AI. AI is no longer an idea of the future, but is already shaping the present. Like said before, shapes how we work, how we walk, how we sleep, how we talk, how we do things. But let's be clear, AI is not a story. It is us, the people. Because it is core, AI is about algorithm. It's about access, the opportunities that I talked about for the gentleman. Who gets left out and who is included. So the question is not what can AI do, rather who are we building it for? And I want to congratulate these organizers, the organizers of this conference, because I believe the answer is clear. We are building it for us, by us. So, we talk about sustainable development, and someone talk about SDGs. When applied intentionally, AI becomes one of the most powerful tools for sustainable development. It can help detect diseases before they spread. It can personalize education, can help farmers, that are things that we talked about earlier, to change the climate, to adapt to changing climate. It can expand financial access to undeserved, and it can make government more responsible and efficient. AI does not just improve systems, but it enhances the possibility of human being, just like the co-pilot that was talked about a few minutes ago. Now, we talk about AI. I live in a country which has the most advanced technological growth and whatever it is. But I'm glad and I'm proud to say that the final day is that I'm still African. Born, raised here, and now living somewhere. And so when we talk about AI, we talk about AI in Africa. And so Africa stands at a rare and a powerful intersection. We are not abandoned by the legacy systems, which means we have something incredibly valuable, the freedom to build differently. Now, to build systems that are so inclusive, that have real challenges that we are facing as Africans, and which show or reflect on the local realities that we're seeing here, especially in Rwanda. I was having a discussion some few minutes ago with the DVC, and we talk about the challenges that the university faces, and of course, the country at large. So, we are already seeing the momentum. We are in this conference, a rapid growth of potential population, increase in connectivity, and a bold and resilient innovation ecosystem. But opportunity alone is not enough. We must invest, number one, data ecosystem, infrastructure, talent, and governance. Because the future is not shaped by those who adopt it, but for those who create it. I believe we are all creators in this room. Why Rwanda? Somebody may ask. I say my third time to be here. When I first visited this country, I wanted to invest in this country. When I came for the second time, I wanted to invest in this country. Now I'm coming here for the third time. I want to help you and Africa at large, not just talk about AI, coming with the incredible decisions that can shape how we implement, how we design, how we deploy, and how we use AI. So Rwanda matters a lot. Rwanda is showing the world something so powerful. The leaders in technology is not about the size, but the vision. Through international policy, strategic investment, bold execution, Rwanda has been a foundation for digital transformation. And I remember the gentleman over there who's coming from a tech company talked about that. The institution like Rwanda Information Security Authority is not just supporting innovation, they help enable it. From smart city innovations to drones that somebody talked about here earlier, that enables medical delivery. I think that's a very powerful thing because almost every speaker is talking about it. Rwanda is waiting for the future. It is building it. It's not waiting for the future, but it's building it. Now, talk about AI. We have to be able to know how to use AI responsibly. AI is powerful as much as it is used. If used irresponsibly, you expect that it's going to destruct. By the way, we don't even know sometimes. To build AI, and then the AI can act in a way that it was intended. This is simply because they're also learning. They're not conscious, they don't have feeling, but they do learn. So every day AI is learning. So then we need to talk about those acts. There's GDPR Act, where I live in US, there are many. Every state has their own acts. There are many depending on the industries. But again, the most important thing is that we're building for us and by us. So let's be careful to be responsible when you're building, deploying, creating AI systems. So here's the truth. Technology is powerful, but it's not neutral. If you are not intentional, it can reinforce inequality. It can exclude everyone from the system. It can deepen the already divided society that we talk about. So we must ask ourselves, who is in the room when the systems are being designed? Whose voices are missing in that room? Because the future of AI should not be built for the people, but it must be built with them. This is where responsible AI demands that there must be ethics, transparency, inclusion, as well as accountability. Not aftermath, but the foundations. So there's an impact. Today, the challenge is not lack of ideas. Everyone here has a great idea. The gap does not only lie on the innovation, but also how to implement it. I believe after this conference, there will be a paper that will be written or an innovative idea that will come that will be able to shape the future of AI. The true measure of AI is not how it's advanced, how advanced it is, but how it creates impact to the people. So because here's the truth, innovation without impact is just noise. We simply need a practical solution that will solve the problem of rural clinics, classrooms, supporting entrepreneurs, as well as simplifying everyday's life. And so we are moving back to that gentleman. So today, I believe, I leave you with this challenge. Let's build AI that solves real problems, that invests in people, not just technology, that design systems that will be so inclusive and that will let us move from just not conversation to action. Because the AI in Africa will not be defined by what we import, but by what we create by our own and how we sustain it. So let's go back to that gentleman. You remember I said for my first time to be here, I met a gentleman. So imagine that gentleman today. He could have a conversation with the AI system so that he can be clear on what he's looking for. The information he's providing will be accurate, will be personalized based on his profile. So there will be no confusion, no frustration, no giving up, just progress. That is the future that we in this room we are yearning to build. The future where no one is left behind because they lack potential, but because they can access it so that it can be able to solve those complex challenges. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us use AI and machine learning not to build smarter system, but to build a more equitable, inclusive, as well as human-centered world. Thank you so much. Looking forward to seeing that we implement some of the things that we're going to discuss in this room. I wish to also finish by saying this. I'm trying to learn Murakonza. I think
Murakoze.
Yeah, Murakonza. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Uma. It says Murakoze.
Oh,
Murakoze. Yeah.
Murakoze. Please make sure I get some words before I go back home.
For sure, yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah. So, as I said, colleagues, I think you are... Just put it off. Yeah, just switch it off. Oh, good, yeah. Yeah, so please have some notes we are going to have a session for discussion with the panelists just after our last panelist, who is Professor. We saved the last to our colleague from our university. So put together your hands, colleagues, for Professor Enan. Thank you.
Mr. Legal Representative, Vice Chancellor, distinguished guests, estimated scholars, innovators, researchers, and ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to address you today at this international conference on computing and information sciences and technology under the theme Harnessing Emerging Technologies for Sustainable Development, Innovation Solution for Changing World. So in these days, emerging technologies playing an important role in all sectors. It is playing roles in health care, agriculture, finance, education, governance, and public services, security areas, field of industries and manufacturing. So it's really very important. We should take care of, and work with those emerging technologies as they are available in all sectors. So in healthcare, our first speakers, they talk on AI for healthcare, using drones, AI for to be used as a tool for detecting disease. AI also can be applied in agriculture for smart irrigation, especially using AI or IoT, Internet of Things, for smart agriculture in areas such as irrigation, pest control, and crop adaptation to climate for a specific area. So with regard to finance and banking, AI is greater contributing for taking decisions, for performing different kind of transaction, which are much more efficient, such as mobile money, online banking, cryptocurrency, to name a few. Blockchain, on the other hand, is making financial exchange very enjoyable through cutting cross-borders transaction cost. As far as education is concerned, emerging technologies are improving teaching and learning conditions through providing access to e-resources, distance learning, and so forth. In governance and public services, emerging technologies are providing key facilities in a wide range of services, including, in our case here in Rwanda, Irembo services in Rwanda, where people they can reach different services and e-tax payment. In the security area, emerging technologies have proven to be more efficient in many aspects, such as cyber security, in banking, education, healthcare, telecommunication, and many other areas needing data protection. So when you have data, it should be protected. So in that case, cyber security is very important. In the field of industries and manufacturing, emerging technology, specifically AI and robotics, are providing valuable services such as laboring non-stop. You can have a robot which can work 24 hours out of 24 hours. And robotics which also can lift heavy objects which could not be done by human being. Furthermore, emerging technologies are no longer just tools for business. They are being used as essential weapons in the fight against climate change. You know, the role of those satellites. So satellites, they try to capture a lot of data. And through those data which have been captured by satellite, via analysis of imageries, you can take a decision and predict for the future. In conclusion, emerging technologies need the involvement and synergy of different players in different domains to maximize the use and the impact worldwide and Rwanda particularly. Taking an example of INILAC, particular case as academic and research institution, we will be having an exhibition in the first floor where our students will be showcasing the different innovative solutions. In this endeavor, Mr. Legal Representative, allow me to invite one of our students, Messenger Shaw Edmond, to showcase his innovative solution to a problem of people with disability about how they can write without arms, how they can use mouse, how they can make a single click, how they can do double click, right click. So, Mr. Messenger Shaw Edmond, could you please come and show your innovative. This is a young of our undergraduate student, and really I'm very happy to see, you know, among those in this panel is under one of my students. He's a full professor, Professor Musawe. So this is my pleasure. In 1993, when we started the computing, we were thinking that maybe we'll not, so even if we can, as we become old, now we have people who can replace us. Yeah, I have one of my firstborn, Professor Damian. Can you stand up, please, Professor Damian? He's a full professor. And Professor Musabe, they are my firstborn. I have one gentleman, he's a big man in the BSc, Innocent Luzindana. Can you? So we should not be in a worry because we are educating people. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Firstly, I'm truly honored to be in this conference and to be standing before you all. And secondly, it's my pleasure to present this computer project developed under Dr. Nyeshe Jamuhire Enan. And as he mentioned, my name is Edmond. Before I begin, I would like to ask each and everyone here, imagine using your own computer without physical touch, without your hands. I saw people here holding their PCs, but I would like to imagine using it without any physical touch, without clicking, without typing, no control. Can that be possible? Anyone? Yes, it can be possible, but sometimes it's somehow difficult. Though it cannot be difficult, it's somehow extremely expensive. Yeah, but let's take another time and think for those people with arm disabilities, those people who don't have both hands. Can it be possible for them? It's somehow also difficult. So now in today's technology, those systems exist, but it's expensive and not easy to access. And in today's technology, the computers are designed for users with hands. So that means there are people that are left behind. So while I was in the campus, I asked myself a simple question. Can we develop a system for those people? The system that is affordable, functional, and at low cost. Yes, here we present the system of eye-controlled mouse system for hand-free access. If you see, there are a little one who doesn't have both hands. And surely that kid deserves opportunity to education, deserves opportunity, also is willing to communicate like others through social media, things like that. So after the research we did with the help of modern technology like OpenCV in PyAutoGUI, we successfully developed an eye-controlled mouse without physical touch. How does our system work? First, of the PC. Once you're going to run your system, the webcam of the PC open. And the way the system saw you is not as how other cameras saw you. We use media pipe to detect the run marks that are around our eyes. Through that run marks, we can successfully track eye movement, which means when the eyes turn left, the cursor turn left. When the eye turn right, the cursor turn right. And not only that, there is also another technology we used called PyAutoGUI. We use this technology to allow a user to click, because you cannot use a PC without clicking. Yeah. And definitely, we have made the successful project. Our system can detect face, and those eye landmarks are available. Cursor move accurately. So if you allow me a little more, I would like to demonstrate a shot of how a system can work without physical touch. I think he is enough. It's okay. I think as you are looking at me, I'm not moving. Let me use. Okay. Okay, as you saw, that's a word I wrote without interacting with my PC. only by using my own eyes in interaction. So this system proves that it's possible and it can work. But right now, we are not building a technology. As they mentioned earlier, we are building access for everyone. No one left behind. Thank you for your attention.
I can use this one. It's okay. You can take it. Another round of applause to. Yeah, so thank you very much. Thank you all. Firstly, let's thank our speakers for the very insightful presentations and discussions that we just had. As I told you at the start, we had experts in this field. They've given us their way of how they think about these emerging technologies. And like one of us said, we all have our own perspective of it. And I think this is a very nice time to also have your insights. What do you think about what they discussed? It's an open discussion. It doesn't necessarily mean to be. It can be a question, that's fine, but it can also be a suggestion. Your inputs on it, and I liked how each of the three have their way of telling us about these emerging technologies. For example, Michael emphasized about the trust, right? So if you can't verify it, say don't trust it, right? And then Dr. Uma was more of an impact guy, AI for impact. Anything, any innovation without impact is noise. And Prof. Enan was more of he's an applied guy. I like that he mentioned being our professor. He's my lecturer, so I respect him very much. He shaped me, and that's why we like the academia. Sometimes you meet your lecturers, and now I'm also in academia. I have students here as well, so it's in a continuation journey. So he's more of an applied guy, as I said. He showed us how AI can be applied in different sectors, the health sector, the agriculture sector, the education sector, the security, to mention by a few. So we still have like 10 minutes. Let's use these 10 minutes to have your view as well. So I'll need support from some people to move the mic around. So just raise your hand. You can tell us who you are and to whom you are addressing. If it is a question, to whom you are addressing the question to. Okay? Thank you. So there's someone at the back there.
Thank you so much. My name is Olivier Byiringiro. I'm a student at UNILAC. I'm doing about computing in ICM, Information System and Management. I have a question. By starting for the speakers, three of them, they was talking about how we can solve the real problem here in Africa, because this is where we are. The first speaker told us about trust, and the second one told us AI for impact, and Rust Dean told us about applied, and we saw our colleague Edmond have been made it. It is applied, and we saw it. So my question is this: I would like to ask, as a student, we are building solutions, we are thinking the solutions, and we make it happen. As we saw, our colleague Edmond have made it, and there are other students, we will see them down here, who made the solutions to solve the real problem in community. And I would ask how the student-led those platforms are gaining official trust and recognition from the university because they are meeting with professors and the lecturers who are helping them to make those solutions. And I would like how the university is helping our colleagues as innovators to make our solutions to be ready on market. After to make it, to test it, to put it on market, we need to get trust from the users to come from our computers to be on market to solve those problems to the users. So my question is how university is working to help, maybe to partner with those innovators to solve their problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivier. Next, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Taiwo Adigu, Unilac here. My question goes to the first speaker. You made a captivating statement at the beginning of your presentation, and it's a good statement that if you can't trust it, don't use it. And if you can't verify it, don't believe it or don't trust it. Now, my question is, does this apply to users of emerging technologies? We have innovators here, but we also have users here, IT users, solution users. Does this apply to them? And if it applies to them, how would they trust or verify the solutions that have been put up to them? Like my bank now. Maybe my bank is just coming up with one solution, a new solution on maybe mobile banking. How do I verify it first? For me to trust, then if I trust, then I'll now begin to use. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other one before we can? There is someone here. There's someone there.
Yes.
Yo, thank you. My name is Marco Sadaboke, and I'm from Unilac. And my question goes to the first presenter, Dr. Michael. You talked about trust in AI, but I really want to understand. I think this is more of a general question though. Do you think, even if I trust AI, even if I can verify it, do you think AI is shaping our choices more than we realize? And if it is indeed shaping our choices, is it a risk or a benefit to the community? Thank you.
Thank you. Did you just say you're double K? Michael double K? Double K. Sorry, yeah. Thank you.
We have one more question.
Okay, please.
Thank you. My questions are addressed to the first presenter, Luther. He gave us a takeaway. He said AI cannot always determine what is really.
What's your name again?
My name is Dr. Sumbiri Juma. Move fast, but build trust. Add the trust layer before AI decision. Governance, compliance is a must, and security requirements in design review. My question is this now. If AI cannot always distinguish what is true, how can we ensure that people do not blindly trust its outputs? That's the question one. The second one, how can companies restrict AI access to ensure that a single endpoint does not expose all data? What security measures should be integrated during the design phase of AI system? Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can give the speakers time to react to your questions and suggestions. Then if we still have some more questions from the audience, then we'll come back to you. I think Michael is the one who has got huge audience requests. But before we go to Michael, There was a first question related to the university. I think I would prefer to give it to Dean, Prof. Enan. And if he needs support from other colleagues from the university, then he can do that. Thank you.
There's one of our students, he asked a question related to marketing. It's like, if I can go straight to the point, it's like how our institution is assisting for marketing your projects. So, you know, as he's presenting here, I think it is one of the way of marketing your project. So it is depending on the novelty of your work. So in these days, in the Faculty of Computing, what we used to do is this. We used to ask students to solve real problems. So, and sometimes for solving problems you have in the campus, during this academic year, I asked one of the students, because sometimes students come and make a queue and wait and for that. So I asked one of them to make application where students should not waste time standing on the queue. Just they apply if they have a request, and then they turn their own work. When you reach the student, then you get feedback then to attend. So you may know how people are moving on the queue. Another case is one of our students. There's another student, he went in the Ministry of Youth, and they appreciate the project. They suggest him to go in the RDB for protecting his work. Now, Minister of Youth is ready to finance such kind of project. So, and they link the student with the Minalog. So maybe I continue with my faculty members to discuss how we can much more promote your work. But novelty is very important. When you have something new, it is promoting itself. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think he wanted to add something, Dr. Umo.
Yeah, being somebody who has been the university set up, and what I see happens, and that what Prof just mentioned is very important, right? He just mentioned of the gentleman who is a good example. I'm not sure, but I think maybe UNILAC, if you don't have maybe innovation hub or something, where students can register and compete. So I see what happens in US most of the time. Students are given a chance to share the innovative ideas. They're given a chance to showcase what they have, mentors to support them in the process. So probably you may want to consider that as well. But again, most important as a student, you need to be visible, right? No one will come after you or looking for you, asking you to do that. Be visible, visit Dean. Just like the gentleman who has just presented something here, you can be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think even this conference, such conference, is one of the visibility events that can help you to showcase what you can do. There is someone who wants to contribute, I think. Just use the mic, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to add, coming from a university environment, and some of the things we have been doing is related to that. Often partnerships with industry is also very vital for the purposes of commercialization of student projects. Sometimes the innovation hubs support the student, but then taking off is easier when you partner with businesses that are already existent. They do not have time for innovation. Now the students have a vibrant head good for innovation, so it makes it easy. When you create such partnerships, it becomes very easy for the university to leap such into commercialization. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think also Prof. Damia here, I think the students have brought in a very good discussing point.
Okay, thank you. I'm Demie from Oiwara. I'm in charge of Center of Research Internet of Things, which actually supported our students who have innovation. So I want to speak to that question of how to support the innovators. So we do normally do that. We have created what we call Innovation Hub, in which we support the students who have innovative idea, which can be on the market. So we support them with the training on entrepreneurship, training on commercialization, to register the IP for the patent. So that we do, and we have a space for that. We have supported more than 150 innovators from 60 projects. Among the 60 projects, we have funded 14, and each project has received 5,000 USD to support from the lab to be on the market, from their project to be on the market. Among those 14, we have 4 who have already started to be on the market. So now they're starting to get the benefit. So they are earning money from the project. So this is the one actually which is applied in different universities. So our university, we have the incubation hub. We have also a Uniport. So there are different facilities which allow the student who has innovation to take their innovation on the market. So I think also INELAC also can do similar also. Then have space to support the student who has innovation so that they can be able to take their project on the market. We do also have some partnership with the industry because we have it also we work with the partners. Those also they're also the one also that's supporting us to train our students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Damien. And I would like to add that we have a working collaboration with University of Rwanda and INLAC. So these opportunities are not limited only to the University of Rwanda students. It's open. So they put our call and then you can apply. As Dean said, if you have an innovative idea, very good idea, then you can be selected to join. So for the sake of time, let's give the time to Michael to answer to the 3 questions that he was asked about.
I have to ask you again some of the questions, but I remember from the gentleman there. Your question was, how can I trust something as a user, right? Good example. But I'm not going to go back on a rhetoric format. I'm going to just give you a concrete example. There's always a protocol, right? So if a bank gives you an application to use, there will be a process, right? First, you trusted the bank by putting your money there. Am I right? Good. So if you can't trust it, don't do what? But money there first. That means you trust the source. You trust the bank. I'm using your example to answer your question. So now, the same person that you trust, say, I now have this application, you should use it, but by the way, we never call you to say something is wrong on the application. You should provide your password, because I know that happens. Social engineering. What do you think some users do still? They provide their password to somebody calling from India saying, you've overspent. It has happened to me. I have some couple of recordings from India. Yes, I have. I can for you later on. So if you don't follow the protocol, shit will happen. And when it happens, that's when you don't get covered by insurance or anything. So again, the control mechanism is always there. It's a thin line. If you can't just follow that process. And the same thing goes back to the creator, because you said, people that invent application. So, again, you want to sell to a company doing heart surgery 24/7, but your system doesn't have a high availability. Do you think you can trust it? That has got nothing to do with the cyber security. It actually got to do with the reliability of it. Is it reliable? And if something is not reliable, I can't trust it either. So it goes and goes. I can talk about this till Jesus Christ come back. So if you want deep dive, get secure at Global. I will. Did I answer your question, sir? Thank you. Next. Yeah, your question was...
maybe Marcus can repeat it.
Please.
Okay, so I was saying, even if we trust AI,
yeah.
Right now we have so many innovations like ChatGPT, Gemini, Grok, and just like that. So even if we trust these AI systems, how are we sure that these AI systems, they are not shaping our choices more than we realize? And if they are shaping our choices, is it a risk or a benefit?
Good question. It's a mix. It's like dancing tango on the Alps. My brother know what I meant. You on the slope, skiing, but you want to dance tango. Well, good luck with that. It's a risk. Coming here today is a risk. Leaving your bedroom is a risk. Starting a business is a risk. However, how do you mitigate the risk? Is what we're talking about here. I'm not selling easy. I'm selling possibilities. I'm not selling no risk. I'm selling mitigations. Are you with me? There is nothing you do on this planet without risk. Somebody asked me, are you allergic? I usually tell them, not that I know of. We find out. After testing your food, if you see me behaving funny, then you call the ambulance. Now we know. So, what am I saying with that? AI is here to stay, either we like it or not. But with it, it's what matters. AI cannot take over human. It will augment our way of thinking. And if you can see through that little tiny holes and click and connect the dots, nothing, my brother, nothing can stop you. I'm talking from experience. I was telling my sister there yesterday, I was at an AI innovation some couple of months, and one of the speakers said, the next fastest millionaires in dollars and euros will be AI founders. And I said, well, I'm going to be one of them. Nobody looked like, are you crazy? No, because it is possible. My son is 17, he's building apps, selling. So you can do it too. I didn't have that opportunity, but you have it. And you call me, that's a commitment. I'll come anywhere in Africa. I will come. Thank you.
Last question.
Yeah, that demand that tricked the code.
So my questions are this. My questions are based on the takeaway you gave us. AI cannot always determine what is really. Then my question is this. If AI cannot always distinguish what is true, how can we ensure that people do not blindly trust its outputs? Another one is based on the technical now. So as I read your expertise, you said that you did these things for a long time. So now, what are the most effective methods to prevent injections of attacking AI system? So how can companies restrict AI access to ensure that a single endpoint does not expose all data? That is two. What security measures should be integrated during the design phase of artificial intelligence? Thank you.
Thank you. So, number one, if I get you right, how do we make sure that people don't just trust AI blindly, right? I said it and I'm going to say it again. If you can't trust it, don't use it, meaning you need to question, ask question. Why didn't you scan? You were on the stage. Why didn't you scan the QR code? Because you know better. But does that mean I know better? The rest of us know? That's why we need to spread the news, talk about the knowledge. Because the risk that we run in large enterprise that I've seen, come on, it's not actually the hackers. It's a social engineering. Social engineering is the most common attacks that you get when we're talking about users. Somebody calling from India, somebody pretending to be a lecturer, somebody pretending to be a nurse, somebody pretending to be a pharmaceutical, you know, whatever. Because you can be whatever you want to be. However, you need to do your due diligence as users. But in order for the users to get to that level, we that have the need to train and tell them what to do, what not to do. Why are you going to have your dog or your wife's birthday as your password? Is capital no, no. Because if I use less than $2 and I check on Facebook, your name, your wife's name, maybe you have a pet, you have a fun place you usually go, within 1 hour, I can crack your password. And I'm not just talking. It is possible. I can show you. Less than $5 password. Tools will do that. So we need to teach and train the users. It's our responsibilities. That's one. Number two, your question was...
Number one?
Number one.
Let's say, for example, I'm going to ChatGPT and I search Mikhail Luther.
Yeah?
They will tell me Mikhail Luther is an expert in AI, government, cybersecurity, and secure digital. And then I write, no, you are lying. I know that Mr. Luther is a thief. No. They will reply, no.
Yes.
According to what we have in database, that is not. And I keep lying. You know what is going on? The next man we will search for it another day, he will be confused. He will get the information from you, and the one that I was trying to ask and misleading the AI.
Yeah.
So now, there is the true information in the system.
Yeah.
And the one I'm trying to train the system.
Yeah.
And people will come after now. Try to search.
Yeah.
They will get your true information.
Yeah.
And the one that I injected in the system. So now, why do we need to trust artificial intelligence? And then, you know that nowadays, we don't have a programmers. If you need to program, you just put code in AI, it gives you something. Everything we ask AI.
Yeah.
And there is that bias first. So what do you say about that, Mr. Luther Michael?
There will always be a manipulation. Before you come, before I come, and when we leave, it will always be like that. If Eva can Leo Adam, it was before us. Just because you can put whatever you want in place, there will always be somebody that want to make money from you or that needs some information from you will try to manipulate the system. It doesn't matter what you do. However, if you don't have the system in place where you can control, the control mechanism, that's what I'm talking about now, you are building risk, not something that can actually make you happy, not an amplifier. So build trust in your system, like who have access to your LLM, who can add data. When I was working at IBM, we can't use Copilot. It's forbidden. It is forbidden inside IBM as a staff. You cannot use Copilot. Does that mean Copilot is not good? If it's good for NASA, it's good for everybody. But we, for IBM, we cannot stand behind the output and then go give that to a customer. No, we said we use Watson. Maybe some of you know Watson, right? That's IBM. We're actually the father of AI. We use Watson because we can stand behind whatever is coming from Watson. We know what we put in. We know what we don't want to put in. However, if you search the same thing, you can do the same text right now from Gemini to or Anthropics, whatever you use, put the same question. You get 3 different outputs. But that's the way it works. So manipulators will always be around. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but they will not disappear. The more you're making money, they want to make more money too. Hackers don't, they work 24/7. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the discussion is becoming interesting, but we have a challenge of time. So colleagues, if you bear with me, I think we can stop here, but we still have another chance, particularly Dr. Subiri, who is more into the technical aspect. We have panel sessions coming up, so you still have time to to go more technical, more technical. So could you help me to thank our speakers? So thank you very much. I think they deserve, oh, sorry.
So one thing we just understand, for those who understand maybe technical of AI builds, they supervise and supervise. So some sensitive information, go check it out for your sake. Supervise AI are those ones that are built on labeled data, right? So then they cannot get in information which is otherwise not within the framework. Thank you.
Thank you. So the discussion can go on and on, right? The whole day we'll be here. So please, can you come in for a group photo? Thank you very much. Is this okay here?
Yes, now it's complete. Wonderful, handsome gentlemen there. All right, a round of applause for all of them. Thank you so much, Professor Musave and our keynote speakers for a wonderful and insightful session. We've learned a lot. The keynote session was the spark. And the rest of the conference sessions are going to be the engine of the session. So, as Professor hinted out, there are more panel sessions coming up. We have time to be able to interact and ask questions so that we can dig deeper. Remember, this is a hub of ideas, innovation, and collaboration. Moving on next, we are getting into our parallel sessions. I need to get your lunch ready. While I keep you busy, I'll run down there and make sure they add a little bit of salt, isn't it? And those ones who are not non-vegetarian, we also address their issues. So for now, we need to break into our parallel sessions. We have 3 sessions running at the same time. We have the main floor, and then 2 sessions on our first floor. Yes. So I'll invite you to look into our program, and you will choose where you want to join an exciting session so that you're able to participate there. So let's go to A. A is the main floor. We have Professor Jonathan as our moderator. Presenters will be Muradeke and this team on IoTs. Session B is going to be moderated by Dr. Irene. Downstairs, we have 2 sessions running there. Section C is also going to be moderated by Dr. Sumbiri. So we're going to break very quickly. And while at these presentations, please manage your time so that we can be able to come back and find our food hot so that we can enjoy it while you see the weather is already cold. So allow me to disperse you. Is it okay? Yes. Those ones going to, okay, Professor Jonathan, stand up. He'll be leading us here. Dr. Irene, do we have Dr. Irene here? Yes, that's the gentleman. And Dr. Sumbiri will be downstairs, B. Yes, Prof.
Thank you, everyone. I wish to request, away from the program, just a slight interruption, 5 minutes. If the program allows, we bring in Madam Joan to do something that she has been doing for the last 2 days and present some results. If you allow, she's been doing some hackathon, and I believe it's a good time to also present what the results of the students have done the last 2 days. If 2 days can give us what they have done, what about 2 weeks, 3 months, 1 year, a whole program, which can be done in 4 years as AI, if the chair allows me.
All right. See, you can lend us 5 minutes. 5 minutes so that we get this output. Yes, please. Yes. All right, 5 minutes.
I had crammed the greetings today. I swear I remembered until Professor called me, but I'm going to try. Moramuse. Moramuse Neza. That's what you're supposed to say. So Moramuse. Ah, thank you. Did I get it right? Thank you very much. Absolutely. Good afternoon. Good morning, good afternoon. All protocols observed, the Vice Chancellor and our host today, UNILAC. I want to mention something before I begin, and I'll try as much as possible to stick to what we are talking about. First, my name is Joanne Bessia. I am an author of a book called The Future in Technologies Through a Woman's Eye. But I'm also the founder and CEO of Tech Mindset Africa, an institution that educates Africa in artificial intelligence from a non-technical perspective. And also I sit at the board of Global Council of Responsible AI, and I represent Kenya in ethics. And the new title given to me when I came to Rwanda is I am the mother of AI to UNILAC AI innovators. So thank you very much. So I'd like to say this session that we are here today is possibly not about us, but it's about the young faces that you see in this room. If you were with me the past 2 days with my able colleagues, you could see the hunger to build, the hunger to make tomorrow successful from the young people that you see there. But without taking much time, I just want to show you what they were able to build in 2 days. As a matter of fact, I won't call it 48 hours because those were not 48 hours. I would comfortably say for 30 to 35 hours. And they incredibly built real life solutions. And to say the least, I want to start with the first innovator. Our first innovator saw an opportunity, and I'll ask them to stand. As he stands, please appreciate him, because what I'm about to talk about is real solution. He saw an opportunity not only for UNILAC, but universities across Africa. The challenges of queuing for registration, queuing to see a particular lecture, queuing to get a particular service for themselves. But in how long did you take? I think about an hour or so. He built a smart queuing system whereby no matter where students are, whether they're having lunch or in class, they know at exactly this time, in the next 10 minutes, I am next. Is that not efficiency? Please let's appreciate him. Our financial systems and industries are not left behind, not only in Rwanda. There was an opportunity. You see, most of us, and I'd say, you know, we don't have only one bank account. As our able colleague was saying, we trust the banks with the money before we verify. It is a culture, but that's a story for another day. Our learners saw an opportunity. May I call our group that presented the Bridging Africa Financial Systems? Where is he? Absolutely, together with your colleague. Please, let's appreciate them. They saw the opportunity that you and I can see and verify our financial information in one dashboard. And not only that, you're also able to change money wherever you are. And they commercialize this so that you know our young people are creating a future that will have them survive. How do you commercialize them? That through their system. As you access your money, you're able to know this is what I use. And then the AI system tells you, oh, you use too much money on shoes. Can you at least try and make an education? That's the kind of innovation that we got in 1 hour. So thank you very much. Let's appreciate them. What is humanity without humanity? Let me tell you about this team. They understood that our students today go through depression. They get criticized or they criticize amongst themselves. As a matter of fact, technology has opened up a world of attacks, what we've spoken about today. But they said, you know what, forget about AI. Let's use AI to make you safe. You can, for the first time, be able to chat with an AI bot and ask questions and also share your challenges before you face another human being. What we call mitigating, right? How can we mitigate before we get to the point where we take action to harm ourselves? I don't know if that team is in the room. Please let us up humanity and sanity in our students. And even if they're not here, please let's appreciate them. Very important. How many of us, right, access electricity, but the efficiency of that electricity, knowing about the bills, knowing how to manage electricity? Please, young gentlemen, please stand so that people can see your brilliant brain. He has created an AI system where the power grid of Rwanda, not UNILAC, can be managed by him and his team, and see how we can use electricity efficiently and look at how we can better electricity in the country and in Africa. Please, let's appreciate him. Well done. Last but not least, this was said here, and we were even discussing with a doctor behind there. And we were saying, are there infrastructures that are helping our learners to connect them to the outside world? It was created inside UNILAC yesterday. A system that any international company or any local company can be able to access the experience and the skills of your students and match them with internship, getting them ready for the future. A system that brings the work ecosystem together with our own learners. Imagine if this could be scaled across the world, whereby it's an ecosystem you're chosen not because you're Rwandan, not because you're Arabic or you're white. You're chosen, you're blind tested. An AI system that they build, you're blind tested, so that when you're picked, it doesn't matter where you're coming from. You match what the employer is looking for. Where is our brilliant innovator? Please stand, let's appreciate him. Oh, them, absolutely. So these are the, these are the powers that we are getting while we are doing this in just 2 days. I want the University of UNILAG and any other university that is represented here, if we can do this in 2 days, can you imagine what you can do in 1 month, what you can do in 1 semester, what you can do in years, the kind and quality of students that you are going to bring and create. So lastly, ladies and gentlemen, this is what I always say. Or rather, my grandmother taught me one thing. And I'm going to use our back, what my grandmother used to say, tell us using this story. The spider is the university institutions, but the webs are our students. It said when a spider builds a web, it can capture an insect and feed it for one time. But if spiders come together and build webs of innovation, that those webs can bring down a lion. Thank you very much. We really appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Mama AI, for your short presentation, and it was very insightful. Let us break downstairs to parallel sessions, and we have one on the main floor. We are moving. Let's move. That one is already verified. Let us go. That one is already verified. Let's go. Professor Jonathan, please come.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm still waiting for those who are going to other panels to be away as I call on stage the first presentation. The first presentation on stage, let's have Madam Grace Adeumi, Dr. Grace Adeumi. Dr. Grace Adeumi is our very own lecturer in computing and information sciences. Let's give her a hand of applause as she prepares to give us her presentation.
The chairman and my fellow researchers, good afternoon to you all. I'm Dr. Grace Adeumi. I'm here to present a seminar topic, development of a multilingual sign language recognition system to enhance communication among the hearing and speech impaired in Africa. The presentation outline as presented. Communication is essential for human interaction, but hearing and speech impaired individuals face significant communication barriers. Sign language is the primary communication method by using hand gesture, facial expressions, and body movements. But most assistive recognition systems focus on single language like American Sign Language and British Sign Language, which limit cross communications. And multilingual regions such as African with a peculiar diverse languages require system that supports multiple sign languages. So an advance in artificial intelligence, computer vision, and machine learning enable automatic recognitions of gestures, which help to translate gesture into text or speech in real time. So a multilingual sign language recognition system promotes inclusive communication and accessibility, whereby supporting quality education and reduce inequalities. So why do we really need this study? We observe that most existing language recognition systems focus on Western language, as I've said earlier on, and African sign languages are largely unsupported, thereby creating communication barriers between hearing and speech impaired community and the general population. So the lack of standard data sets and multilingual recognition capability limit the effectiveness of current technologies. So this limitation affects access to education, healthcare, employment, and social integration for many Africans with hearing or speech impairment. Therefore, there is need for multilingual sign language that can accurately interpret and translate multiple African sign language to enhance accessible communication and social inclusion. So objective of this study, the main objective is to develop alongside multilingual translation model that accurately converted recognized gesture into spoken or written output. And the system was evaluated based on recognition accuracy and translation fidelity and real-time robustness to ensure reliable performance across diverse African languages. So we consulted many literature and we drew up the gaps from the literature consulted. So materials used for the study used computer vision and deep learning to recognize multiple African sign languages. And video data were collected from native signers across different regions under very lighting and background conditions. So the videos were annotated at the glossy level. So each video undergo pre-processing like frame normalization, extraction of hand and body key points using media pipe. So several deep learning models were employed. So a multilingual approach was used to share feature extractor, language-specific outputs, layered or learn language embedding. So models were trained using the adapter optimizer, and performance was evaluated using accuracy, precision, recall, and FY score. So the methodology emphasized efficient ethical data practice, robust recognition across diverse African languages. So the conceptual framework illustrates the logical flow of the study from sign gesture into multilingual output, showing how components such as computer vision, machine learning, and language translation interact to achieve enhanced communication between hearing and speech impaired individuals. So the framework integrated three core domains, that is computer vision for detecting and recognizing hand gesture and facial expressions, machine learning for classifying and interpreting the sign gesture, and natural language processing for converting recognized signs into spoken and written language in multilingual context. So this is the multilingual sign recognition module. The data were collected there. For example, we took a sign, then the translation module was applied, machine learning, then the natural language processing was applied, which generated the output interface in form of text and speech. So a real-time two-way sign language communication system that confers between speech and sign language, supporting multiple African languages, including language. We pick language as universal language. Then we consider Kinyarwanda, Mano, Yoruba, and Hausa. These were processed for the study. So as of today, there is no sign language data set for any of the African sign language that can be used for the study. So therefore, we have to create some data set for the study. So the result and discussion. Under the result, we discovered that a two-way sign language communication server was developed to support the bidirectional sign-to-speech and speech-to-sign translation. So the system was evaluated using 5 commonly used conversational signs like hello, I love you, thank you, yes and no. So these were tested across the African linguistic context we selected for the study. So each of the signs were represented using 3 templates per sign. So during the inference, if recognition confidence fail, that is at each sign, we decided to train the sign for 3 consecutive times in order to capture the confidence rate. So if the system failed to capture the confidence rate at the end of the three attempts, so the system will automatically switch to the next template. We did this in order to improve the robustness against gesture variability. So video stream were captured for each gesture, and these are the samples of the video screen that were captured for the study, and the landmark as shown in the figure there. So the multilingual translation capability was validated across the 4 African languages we selected for the study. So when the system see any of the sign, if the model is shifted for Kinyarwanda, for example, like this sign, so the system will recognize it as a Yego for Kinyarwanda. For Kinyarwanda, it will recognize this as the same thing. This is the table. So we consider Kinyarwanda, Hausa, Yoruba, Mano. So the same sign, the Kinyarwanda will recognize it for hello, it will recognize it as Muraho. The same sign, it will recognize it if it is for Hausa as Sonun. If it is Yoruba, it recognizes as Bawoni. And if it is Mano, it will recognize the same sign as N. So for the 5 languages we treated for the study, these are the signs, these are the results we got for the 5 different languages we consider. So this result demonstrates successful multilingual mapping between sign gesture and spoken language equivalent. So we trained the model with 4 different models like gradient boosting, support vector machine, k-nearest neighbor, and neural network. So the support vector machine achieved high training accuracy, as you can see, 97%, but the test accuracy was very low, 0.1, like 70%. Then the k-nearest neighbor performed excellently, 100%, but it did not generate test accuracy. And all this happens because of the little data set that we use for the study. So gradient boosting and neural network model exhibited low accuracy, which suggested underfitting. Then we did cross-validation of the analysis. So the support vector machine achieved the highest mean accuracy, but overall performance remained below 25%, confirming limited generalization. Then we performed the classification. Under the classification, the highest recall that we got was for no, which is 50%. Others didn't perform well, and the accuracy was 22%. All this happened because of the number of data sets we use for the study. And this called for improvement. If the system is adopted and larger data set is used, there's going to be a great improvement. So the receiver operating characteristics curve for the best performance is as shown. So the system shows that the support vector machine performed best because it has about 62%, while gradient boosting and others are around 57%. And we compare the performances of the models that we use For accuracy, that is the performances, support factor machine perform better. We will consider the F1 score, the training time, and so on. So in all, it was discovered that support factor machine perform best. So the growing global need for sign language recognition system has been strongly emphasized in recent literature, with approximately 5% of the world's population experience hearing impairment. And there's a projection that by year 2050, about 900 million will be deaf and dumb. So the demand for effective assistive communication technology continues to increase. So sign language recognition system play a critical role in reducing communication barriers and improving interaction efficiency and enhancing social inclusion for individuals with hearing impairments. Therefore, further development of multilingual model to bridge communication gaps across diverse African communication is hereby recommended. The study developed and evaluated a multilingual sign language recognition and translation system that enabled bidirectional communication through sign to speech and speech to sign across 4 African languages, Kinyarwanda, Mano, Hausa, and Yoruba. Using English as a pivot language, the system ensures consistent meaning while supporting flexible multilingual outputs. By integrating gesture recognition, speech synthesis, and translation, the framework demonstrates the feasibility of bridging communication gaps in diverse African contexts. Research shown successful gesture recognition and reliable multilingual translation will support factor machine offering the best performance despite the limited data sets. Thanks for your time.
A hand up a group. Let's applaud our doctor here with her AI, neural networks, support vector machines, and such are the terms that we had, right? I'm giving 2 questions. 2 questions. One from Professor Michael here.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for your presentation. I was following closely, and then I noticed that you have been trying to cluster Kinyarwanda, Yoruba, and the other languages from Nigeria. Are they all Bantu languages? That's my first question. If yes or no, the second question follows that do we have a convention in the sign languages that maybe Bantu languages have similar signages? Because I noticed that in my interaction with previous research related to your work, South Africa, for example, and Kenya, they have data sets that they have developed. Would it have been easier for you to try to liken Kinyarwanda with Bantu-related languages, if at all the signages are similar based on mutations? Thank you.
Thank you. By the time we are doing the study...
Before you answer this one, let me take a second one. As we prepare our appetites, because after this presentation, we'll go for a short break for our lunch. Second question. Yeah, down here.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. So the question I wanted to ask is, how can fintechs or solutions be designed to effectively reach people in the rural or bush communities? And who have little or no knowledge of technology? How can this system help them better understand the Trust Digital Financial Service?
Did you capture that? Maybe you can repeat your question, but it's like I got
Okay, so what I was saying is, how can fintech solution be designed to effectively reach people in the rural area who have no knowledge of technology, and how can this system help them better understand and trust the digital financial service?
Awesome. You can take these 2 questions.
Thank you. So let me start from there. Then is the learn people that first of all benefit from the system if eventually we're able to achieve it. And by the time people begin to use it and be extended to the rural community, then sir, as your question, by the time we were developing the model, we only make use of the people that are available wages. Then it's not that there are some, we know like Ethiopia and the like, they have sign languages, but we are trying to develop one.
I think I'll take.
Thank you.
I don't want to take any more questions. I want us to take questions of, are you hungry? The same thing that we're doing here is happening down there. And I'm so glad that we have finished within the right time. And it's time to upload some food into our stomachs. I want to give this mic to the person who gave it to me. He doesn't seem to be around here. However, I can call upon... I'm googling. Ah, he's there. Dr. Albert, I want to hand over back the microphone to you so that you're able to take us to the lunch session. Sorry? He's telling me to appoint another person to help us pray and thank God for the food that has been provided. In Finland and Sweden, do we pray for food? Just curious. We have another one? Okay, that's what I'm doing. So as we pray for food, I'm informed that lunch is ready. That's what's buying some time. In America, do we pray for food? Of course. We are Africans, right? Dr. Christine. Professor Christine, my apologies. Allow me to call you on stage to thank God for the gift of ranch and rife and the appetite, right? Ranch is available in the ground floor. So as we finish, we will walk out with appetite, then proceed. We'll come back as soon as possible because there is still more to do in the afternoon. Can we agree to take our lunch within 30 minutes? 30? 30? We can also ask AI to help us with that, right? Thank you so much.
Let us humble ourselves for a word of prayer. You can stand up since we have been seated for a long. Then after the prayer, we immediately move to the lunch place. Let us pray. Oh, Heavenly Father, we thank you this afternoon. We thank you for all the blessings upon us. We thank you for having been with us. You have guided us through the previous session. It has been well conducted according to your will. May your name be glorified. We thank you for having given to us the opportunity to have food. We invite your Holy Spirit to be with us when we be taking food. Oh Lord, we thank you for the presenters who have been sharing with us the knowledge related to how AI can be used fruitfully. We pray for our institution, UNILAC, who has given to us this opportunity to share knowledge, to exchange for better future. All which took place here have been done according to your will. We commit to yourself our lunchtime, even the afternoon sessions, so that everything which will be done in your glory. In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
It was a nice meal. It is a little bit cold, but we'll be able to do this. So far, I want to believe you are learning. As we started earlier on, we said that emerging technologies are to help us forge ahead at Rwanda and the region in general to have sustainable systems that help us in our way we live, how we work, and how we shape our society. The education sector will be able to play a very big role in that, and therefore, when we have our leaders and our government behind that, it helps us move forward. So for this panel discussion, we'll be having an interesting host, a moderator. Her name is Joanna, Miss Joanna Mbetsia, aka Mama AI. I prefer Mama AI. Can we clap for her? Yesterday I was so busy elsewhere and I never caught up with what they were doing over the last 2 days. We are very happy and privileged to have her around and the team that she came with, so that, yes, so that they will be able to help us. And somebody mentioned to me that we'll be able to leverage her expertise for our clubs that are mushroom up in our university, in our circles. So I want you to again put your hands together for Madam Joanne, who is going to help us in our panel discussion.
Murakoze. I'm getting there, right? Oh, yes.
Yes, you are, Ma'am.
Yes. Mumeze kuze. Mumeze kuze. I learned something over lunch. Mumeze kuze. And you see, the thing is, I put my effort, but I can't hear the answer. Mumeze kuze. Meza. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. And before we begin our panel, I just want you to take a moment and look at the person next to you, in front of you, behind you, beside you. Just take a moment, because this is a unique moment that we will never see again. The person next to you could be the next innovator. Don't look at me. Look at the person next to you. The person next to you is your next employer, your next collaborator, your next innovator. There are some who are laughing like you've known each other for years. Very good. May that continue. Your next thinkers, because they might be your next cloners. I want us to take this very seriously. But this moment is a unique moment because we have the opportunity to discuss and talk about very tough discussions. We are going to talk about the very tough discussion affecting us as a country, as a continent. A very difficult conversation we call artificial intelligence, we call cybersecurity, we call about emerging technologies that affect you and me, that are going to affect your children tomorrow and even today. You know, we are living through a most difficult technological shift where AI is rewriting how we converse. AI is rewriting our policies. AI is rewriting how we handle security online. So this question today and the panel that is going to come before us is critically going to, but is it whether the revolution is not the question, but is Africa part of shaping it, or is it simply inheriting whatever is being built outside our continent and absorbing it? So to help me discuss this tough question is an elite panel, a panel of doctors, professors, a panel of business analysts, a panel that has been there, done that. And I will allow me to start with a doctor who is a researcher in software engineering at LUT University. When I mention this, you'll probably know who he is. A doctor from Finland, but locally created within the School of Engineering and Sciences. His research has focused on optimizing software and engineering practices he has built in artificial intelligence. This is none other than Dr. Michael Tuape. Please, let's give him a clap as he comes over. Dr. Michael Tuape. He bridges the gap between theoretical frameworks and real-world application. We appreciate you. Please take a seat. Thank you very much. The next person has been mentioned today as the firstborn of our dean. This is a professor. He's the acting director of the African Center of Excellence in IoT, what we call Internet of Things. He's also an MSc engineer and PhD of engineering. I told you we are dealing with elite professors in this particular panel, people who have experience in health, in agriculture, in environmental monitoring. This is none other than Professor Damien Hanyurwimfura. Please, let's appreciate him as he comes. Thank you. Professor, please come and join the panel. Next, we have Mr. Nkaka Ive. Mr. Nkaka Ive is a cybersecurity and compliance manager at BSc. He's giving Mr. Luther a run for his money. Previously served as an IT security auditor at BSc, Mr. Nkaka holds a master's in IT from Carnegie Mellon University, where his major has been cyber security. Please let us appreciate our panelists. Next, we have a doctor who is a computer scientist of emerging technologies. He's also an analyst at the Rwandan Information Society Authority, RISA. He holds a PhD in computer science and technology. He also has experience in AI, IoT, and smart system. Dr. Sebakara Samuel Rene, please join us into the panel. Thank you very much. Next, we have, I think this is in the Ministry of ICT in Rwanda. This is it Dr. Victor Muvunyi. Dr. Victor Muvunyi is in the Emerging Technologies, Senior Technologist at the Ministry of ICT and Innovation. He has over a decade in technology industry where he has worked for both Tigo and MTN Rwanda. Please help me welcome. Expected someone a bit old. Please welcome. Are you a Gen Z, sir? Welcome, welcome. Thank you very much. All right, the next panelist is is familiar. He is not a guest to us any longer because he gave an amazing speech. This is the Swedish-based technology advisor and founder of E-Verify. Whom am I talking about? Mr. Who? And he gave you chocolates. You better pronounce that name. Mr. Michael Luther. Please allow me to appreciate him. Please, let's give him a round of applause. His message is very simple, and he said, I must say this. Without integrity, what AI produces cannot be trusted. Please, let's appreciate that. Thank you very much. And then lastly, but not the least, he is also not familiar. Yeah, he's also not a guest to you. He's familiar, he has spoken eloquently about artificial intelligence. He's an entrepreneur, he's a Kenyan American. Yesterday, I really got on his neck because he has an American number and not a Kenyan number. This is Dr. Omar Mark. Please let us appreciate him. He's a techpreneur, he's an academician, and also a community leader committed to driving innovation and collaboration. Thank you very much, Mr. Omar. Not a problem. In AI, we innovate. And I can see that you've done that. All right, gentlemen. This is a stage that we are going to engage and converse our audience. And I'm going to set the stage with one question as he settles. Let's give him a moment. Can move just a little bit. And looking at this panel, I'm forced to ask one question. Where are the ladies? Where are the ladies? I knew you were going to throw that back at me. These are the challenges of AI now. All right, I want us to set the stage. And I hope that each one of you is going to answer this in a minute or so. So, gentlemen, we are today living in a world where artificial intelligence is writing code. Artificial intelligence is cloning. It is detecting, we have seen that. It is detecting cancer. It is fighting wars. And I won't even mention which countries are currently using AI to do that. And now, apparently, doing it while being hacked. So we are quite honestly sitting at crossroads as Africa. So is Africa watching this revolution happen, or is Africa shaping it? And I want you to be as honest as they. Is Africa shaping this revolution, or is it just watching it? Mr. Luther, allow me to start with you.
Thank you. I'll say Africa is actually shaping it. And why? We have every opportunity to define how this will end. I said it when I was talking earlier before that, in the say 15 years ago, we have a lot of excuses, there are a lot of unknowns because somebody still need to kind of physically bring the technology to us. Right now, you can tap into any technology from your phone, from where you're sitting, from anywhere. So we are tapping and we can be at least competing, not leading immediately, but we can be on the competing edge.
So you're saying there is opportunity?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Huge.
Fantastic. Yes, sir. Please go ahead, moving forward. Are we shaping it, or are we just receiving and watching?
Okay, thank you. I would not really differ from the first person to speak on this.
Yes,
again, a point of correction, I'm not a doctor, I just have a master's degree. But the rest was true.
We say amen in Africa.
Yes?
We say amen.
Amen.
That's right.
Okay. Again, artificial intelligence is not yet fully fledged. There's still research, there's still a lot of things to happen in that domain. But Africa, you may say, it has a very big potential to do this, to shape it. Number one, we are the most diverse continent comparatively to others. We have a lot of, you talked about we're using AI even if we could just take that component, I hope I'm not going to sound like a racist, but we the black people, we have the most diverse genetic material than other races. I think that is out in the research. So we have that potential, but again, we have to be very watchful. Other world are really investing heavily in terms of computing power, and I'm seeing we have a lot to do in that area, but we are in this journey together.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Muvunyi. Is that Mr. okay? Okay, good. Please, are we watching, or I'm looking for that black and white answer.
Okay, based on the question, Africa is not watching on the sidelines. I think Africa is also being part of it, saying that AI is shaping the way Africa is or will be. That's no question about it. But the question is, at least, are we part of how is it shaping Africa? That's my saying. Thank you.
My take, or my answer on that, we are not watching. We are not, as Michael said, we are not leading. But again, we are contributing, we are shaping that AI. Why? We are actually creating solutions to our community that are AI-based. That means we are shaping it how it can serve our community.
Okay, thank you. Me also, I supported that Africa is not sleeping. We are also working. Yeah, I can start by one of the things which show that we are working on it. So the Africa have started to create AI policy, and now Rwanda is one of them who has been able to create the AI policy. We started by Senegal, that was number one, Mauritius, and also Rwanda. So we are doing something to be able to be involved in AI. We have also some other event which also happened on the African continent. Last year we have the AI summit, which has happened in Rwanda. Also next week we have also another AI organized by Universal Council for East Africa and East Africa. This will happen at the conference next Monday on 30 to March to 1st April. So there's some event which actually showing that Africa is also part of the AI implementation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have two answers. Yes and no. I think it's important to be very honest. Africa is 18% of the world with compute power of under 1%. And for us to effectively be competent, we need to beyond that 1%. In the next 10 years, the population of Africa is going to grow by 1.3%. And the projection of that growth is still very minimal. Now that puts Africa at a very difficult position to compete globally. We are at the downstream when it comes to AI. We need to go upstream. I appreciate on the other side of yes, I appreciate that there are a lot of things happening, but we can do better. I would give you one example. In most of the labs in Europe, in the US, where good things are happening, Africans are there, collaborating back home. Maybe we need to rethink that. Thank you.
Interesting.
Yeah, Prof. Just to continue from what you just said, we're not doing enough, right? The truth be told, and we are in a disadvantageous position as Africans, because the lead we follow, right? If anyone took note of what's happening in India last month, you know what I'm talking about. Personally, at personal level, I have organized Africans in US for these conferences like this one, so that we can have these tough discussions. One of the reasons why I'm here is because I was asked to come. As somebody who has roots from Africa, I had to come. And I think that's for my friend here and my friend over there. I remember 2024, when I said we have to do something. We organized a conference, friends of ours came from all the way from US, and we did a conference, and we have to talk about these things. I think the question is not about whether we are part of it or not. The question is, what are we doing? And as us being here now, it means that you are ready to be part of that revolution. Allow me to tell you that we are doing this thing in collaboration with other people. I want to invite everyone here for the next conference happening at Marymount University in USA, Washington, D.C., to continue the discussion here. So that come next year, we don't just talk about, we are 1%, but we want to be part of this. Please help us be part of this revolution.
What an honor to stand here, because I believe by just you saying I am invited to that. Thank you. I don't know what they'll think, but I will come. I will be there. Thank you very much. And I just want to bounce this back, because since you still have the microphone, however, this was also emphasized by Dr. Michael there, is I'll segue just a little bit, because from my research and what you have said, maybe just a 1% difference, is that of the Africans that we are talking about, 1% of them, let's say 1 to 2%, are contributing to global data to build AI innovations. And I can say you have something there, because honestly, when we were being trained or being part of a focus group of ChatGPT, the earliest times of ChatGPT, most people who were training the data were Kenyans, Rwandans, Nigerians, South Africans. Please comment.
That's a tough one. Look, I mean, we Africans, or Africa country, I still consider myself an African though, yeah, right? So when I'm in US, I tell them I'm African, so I'm African. I think we have a lot of challenges,
yes.
Especially from other countries. You mentioned about 4 countries, right? And I bet since I came to this conference, I've met people from those countries. I'm more sure about other countries. Of course, you mentioned Uganda, he's from Uganda, so yeah. So,
I didn't see Uganda.
So I think we have to have a collective responsibility.
Yes.
And so when you talk about conference, I want this conference, if possible, it should go beyond just Rwanda. It should go beyond just 4 nations that you mentioned.
Yes.
It should include all African countries where you are the last country in terms of GDP or whatever, or you are the first one in Africa. We need to be part of this. And we need to have a table. We don't need to ask these guys to give us a table. Let's find that table for us. When we talk about global platforms, like I said, the conferences that happen in US most of the time, they discuss most of the things that affect us, but we are not always involved. Then what I'm saying is that we have to be part of that discussion. Let's find a table or a space at the table.
Okay, let's find space at the table. So I'm just wondering if this table is as well in organization. Dr. Michael, this comes to you. You know, we are hearing reports, and I just want to pull from what Dr. Uma has just indicated. We are hearing reports of organizations across Africa, and I like what our panelists have said as we went down that way, that there are changes being done, there are meaningful AI innovations that are being seen, proven, and so on and so forth. And organizations are recording tremendous changes, you know, in the implementation of artificial intelligence. But the question here comes is, because, you know, I want us to slow down a little bit and ask the harder question, because it is honestly a discussion that all of us want to know the truth. Are organizations, or is Africa, and here including policymakers, government bodies, and so on and so forth, are we genuinely transforming, or are they only automating? Because I mean, there's a difference. Transformation means our people are growing with technology. Automation means if it's done poorly, our people are quietly being shown the door. Please tell us today, when an organization says, you know, we have the big organization from outside operating in Africa, they say we are growing tremendously, we are making tremendous profits as a result of AI, everyone should learn AI. Is this only seen at the organization level, or at the back end are our people being taken out?
That's a very interesting question, because first of all, we have up to about 30% increase in revenue for organizations, that's empirical evidence that there is 30% increase in revenue, and the element of efficiency is still a bit tricky because AI is a lot exploratory. So the persons who are adopting it most are still doing a lot of exploration, so it affects efficiency for the meantime. But then when we come to Africa, as far as that question is concerned, we have a situation that organizations are not moving as fast as we expect. Unfortunately, many organizations are doing the mistakes that organizations did in Europe and the US. They thought that they should get people who know about AI, and they come and negotiate their prices very high and makes it very difficult for the organization to take advantage of it. Now, there is a new discussion getting on board that should organizations prepare their own teams and train them with AI. But unfortunately, most training is blind because we do not understand the level of skill deficit we have in most places. And if you go organization specific, you go to the banks, what specific skills do we need for the people in the banks to do what with AI? That is something very important. But there is some good light at the end of the tunnel. That Africa is virgin because even the data, we do not have it. I would take you to a university. If they say they want to use AI to train models to help them with personalizing learning, they don't have the data. You ask them that, give me the type of questions which have been set for the last 30 years for this particular course. Most universities don't have this. Now, because of that void, all of us have an opportunity that you can just understand what kind of data do you need to prepare so that you can begin to develop your own models. Because without that, we are still lost. Because we are going to remain at the downstream and strictly use data which are not palatable to us. And then AI will continue hallucinating and nothing is getting right. So we have a chance and an opportunity, and we can really make it. Now, we need to sort some of those organizational challenges. We need to have data, and then we need to make sure the adoption of AI is fitting within our discussion. There is a study we are doing in Zambia, just allow me to share this, where we are beginning to talk to the International Labour Organization and GIZ and MasterCard Foundation are trying to support an initiative which we started all the way in Europe and we have brought it down here, that we want the organizations that support workers to begin to negotiate with workers should have the capacity to negotiate for transparency on AI models which are being created in the organization so that they learn from AI and not just get replaced. Thank you.
Fantastic. If that is not passion, I don't know what is. And this is a task to Professor Damien here, because picking on that, I realized there are gaps in upskilling, gaps in getting the right data, not only getting data, because sometimes you can confuse on catching up, but are we catching up with the right information, the right data? And most importantly, there is a critical gap in safety of what is being collected, how it's being used, who is using it, and so on and so forth. Expounding on what Dr. Michael has just said, what is your take on that? How can those gaps be filled? And how can we ensure that what we are training in our institutions, in our organizations, in our countries matches exactly what is needed to solve the problems that are relevant here in Africa?
Okay, thank you. on the side of Africa, we are not much advanced. We are at the beginning. Okay. That's why we face the issue of data, which is more critical. Most of us, so that's we are facing it even for us in research. We often have this issue of data, especially for data from health sector, because the data are very sensitive. So it's not easy to get the data which you need to be able to implement your AI solution. But though this one is happening, but there are some other initiatives to be able to have some data collection. So like our student at our university, so they are also creating some data set which can be able to which can be used for our context. There is also another initiative by UK government for AI for development. They are also supporting establishing of AI centers, AI labs. So there are almost 12 labs in Africa, and support from the UK 8. One of them, we have one at our university. We have one of the AI lab, which also we want to create some a data set. We have also another lab in Makerere University, another lab in Ghana, and labs in Ethiopia. So there are almost 12 labs which being now created. But they are new. Actually, the first one in the last 3 years. So we are starting to build those data sets. And those data sets will be able to be shared among the labs. So we are having some opportunity visiting each other so that we can be able to share the data, and then we can have we can give a solution which is in our context. And also on the national level, I mean on a global level, there are also some initiative to be able to build the AI capacity building centers. This was in India from the UN Secretary to establish UN capacity building center across the globe. And then that we started. And there is some among those centers. So it means that each country will have a center to provide the a capacity building center in which they have to train the people in different areas to share infrastructure, data set, computing. So there are different initiatives happening. So this one for AI capacity building center. Now in Africa we have a country like Rwanda, country Kenya, country like Senegal, and Ethiopia. Okay. So those are the centers which have been very confirmed. And the center in India, and in Vietnam, in China, and other countries. So I was being part of this because I'm involved in the 2 meetings. One was started in India last year. Yes. Then we go to Senegal. Also we have another meeting to prepare this capacity building. And this center will be launched in June by the UN Council to be able to establish those centers. So there will be opportunity for countries to join the center, and then can be able to share the resources. So there is some initiative, though there is gaps, but there is some other initiative which want to be implemented to support the AI adoption in Africa. Thank you.
Fantastic, because what I hear, and every time you speak, I get some elevated hope. There is what I've heard, there is infrastructure, there is innovation, there are centers, and so on and so forth. But allow me just to open a small gap out of the roses you have painted, which are very critical and important, because for us to give hope for the future generation, it's important that we tell them there is hope. We have innovation centers, but I also want us to be cognizant of the fact that these innovation centers are breeding innovation for cybercrime, cyber wars, and I'll ask my brother here next to you now to help us expound on this. First, as Africa, as Professor Demin has just said, are we structurally ready? I know he has spoken about the centers, the innovation hubs in the different countries. Well done, brilliant. This exists in silos. So, but the question is, as a country, as Rwanda, as Africa, as a continent, are we structural ready to ensure that if there is a cyber breach today, in the same innovation hubs, are we able to handle that? Do we have enough infrastructure to fight any cyber warfare that comes to us today?
Thank you so much. Allow me to start with a background.
Okay.
Speaking about emerging technologies, they do have positive sides. They solve some problems. But for cybersecurity engineers, people who are in cybersecurity field, we tend to actually pause on negative side. And the main reason is around, it actually increases, those emerging technologies, they increases attack surfaces. And second, they outpace the security solutions or measures we have in place. So that's the two main reasons. That's why it actually goes to negative side. But again, going to a negative side is not actually to compete with those emerging technologies. Rather, it's actually seeing risks and then try to know how to mitigate them. Now, I will come back to your question by using some statistics. I read, was it yesterday or Monday, I saw an article of PCB saying that 60% of African companies actually got hacked by AI-powered attacks. And that's a very huge number because even the cost was around between $4 and $5 billion, and that cost is very high. And in that sense, I want to say that we are not yet ready to do that. Why? Most of the organizations, it's an honest information. Most of the organizations are relying on traditional security measures, firewalls, antiviruses, periodic audits, monitoring on network security and others. But we are not actually focusing on identity management, because if you can even go to the board and then management, you actually present about the security solution, they say, how this security solution is going to help us, right? Because they are not seeing, as of now, the problem about that solution. And I mean, we are not yet ready because we are basing on traditional security measures instead of having control about anything we have in our infrastructure. Yeah.
You know, I don't have words after that. But the reason I'm saying that is because you have poked holes in the right places. And I like your case study because then it gives a different trajectory, especially to our next panelist, Dr. Samuel. I want us to pull from there, and this is mostly to our audience. We've spoken about being attacked. Are we ready or are we not? The question is, from 2025 moving back, it was about cybersecurity this, cybersecurity that, or attacks here, attacks there. As a matter of fact, innovation has transformed whereby hackers are using AI to go ahead of people who have only cybersecurity technical skills. From your experience, in your position, and what you understand about our current potential in Africa to get attacked, that is happening, not only in Rwanda, not only, you know, in Africa, across globe, but as he has said, we might possibly not be ready. What will be the next steps? Is it a resource issue? Is it a skill issue? Is it a perspective issue? Or is it a competitive issue? Let me explain. When I say, is it a competitive issue, I mean, are we staying low for a reason as Africans that we are not going ahead and creating barriers so that we stay competitive and let the world deal with it? Or is it a skill issue that there's a gap somewhere that what will be the next step from your perspective that we need to take, either to counter or to join or to build against attacks coming to our institutions in Africa? Sorry, I know that is very long. Please speak something inside there.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, it was a very long question, then the answer should be short. Let's just go back a bit on the history, how we consider Africa on this track of development. Even our systems in education were developed to be the good servant long ago, to be the good servant of those who were colonizing us. And then we adopted that curriculum. Now, second, they shifted to the industry. And then they changed our curriculum to be the good consumers, to know how to use their products. That was and should be remain in the history. But now you go to the AI technology, depending on the information everywhere, anyone has access to the information, equal right to that. Now the question is, as African, if we keep enjoying to be given the orientation on how these technologies should be working in our area, then the same problem will come. Now going direct to the question, you said innovation is bringing back the gaps for the attacking and so on. Yeah, that is simply because the initiator of these technologies, there is no doubt, they will weaponize it against Africa because we are still lagging behind. That is clear. And then the question is, at least are we in proper position of setting standards for our own? Are we in proper position of putting ethics not only as a checklist of the already produced systems, but something to be considered from the design phase, considering our culture, considering our belief, considering our localization in any way? If we do that, I think we can drive it. But if not, we remain as the history was. Always be good servant, good consumers, and they teach us how to be their customers. All that. Thank you.
Oh, I mean, well said. And the key point for me from your end is we are playing catch up. But are we? And this goes to the next panelist. And allow me just to use my eyes on this. I would assume that you are usually approached by the youth, the young generation, and this actually reminds me that one of the panelists mentioned 1.3%. Africa is growing by 1.3%. But the truth of the matter is, and research indicates this, that over 60% under 25 in the next 10 years will be the youth. All said and done, just to indicate that we are playing catch up, I will tell you, have been in the dark side of the internet. I can tell you Africa is not possibly playing catch up, maybe lying low, but catch up possibly might not be. But looking at that possibility, someone somewhere is running the internet, because Africa has one of the fastest internets globally. Saying this without fear of contradiction. My question to you, to the upcoming youth, to the upcoming generations, what would be your advice to them in terms of tying up security and the quest for, let's say, money? Because it's money that drives the economy. It is money that drives the dark side of the economy. If we want to catch up and you flash $1 million in front of someone who says they don't understand the internet, they would learn that in a day or two. What would be your advice to the growing population, the 60%, the 25 years and below, who are catching up very fast with the world of internet? The attacks coming. What would be advice from where you sit?
Okay, thank you. Again, this is another tough question, but I'll try to be a bit pragmatic, but as well as leaving windows for the very interesting audience that is here, because I also don't believe that I also have all the answers on such a very well thought question. But let me take it back and bring it back to the Rwandan context, because again, I work with the Ministry of ICT, and maybe I will put kind of a narrative on the journey that we've taken and how we have already been considering the youth through even our national strategic plans, like the current one, which is the National Strategy for Transformation, which is on the second phase now. This whole, I like this title of information technology. I think there is something, information science, right? Information science and technology. People should really understand where this whole information science came from, and understand that it was not designed with security in mind. The whole idea was just, how am I going to transmit information in a long distance? That was the goal in the very beginning, right? And eventually, it became so valuable and so needed that we started even moving wealth, money across these platforms. So now security became a problem, right? But it was not designed in the first place with security in mind. That was like the basis of the whole thing. And of course, not only Africa, but everyone is playing catch up. The reason why we have GDPR in Europe, because of that. So we shouldn't really put ourselves always behind. It's like it's a global phenomenon. But let me also just give you a little bit, like very fast, so that I don't really take much of your time. So we started like every other country, like in the 21st century, every services wanted to have like an online presence. So everyone was digitizing, not digitalizing. They were digitizing. Just if like newspaper were putting their products online, we could have like an online paper, everything. So, but then the government of Rwanda saw potential in this, and they started really investing heavily in the infrastructure to later on digitalize the economy. Like, we started seeing, okay, fine, how are we going to put now services, including government services, online, so that we give convenience to our people, but also we curb down potential corruption. Rwanda is known to have like zero tolerance on corruption, and some of this corruption was really happening at the local government, right? So we saw like there is positivity in this kind of technology and this kind of means, right? So, but then, while we were doing that, it also came that a little bit, we were also catching up a bit. It was like, oh, so we have like a wealth of data, but we don't know where it is. Our systems are not talking to each other. We had to come up with a strategy, a data sharing strategy. I think my colleague knows about it from RISA. This strategy, when it comes to data, we're like, how are we going now to make use of this data? Dr. Damir was talking about, we asked him a question around, like, okay, he also answered, like, even the previous speakers were like, oh, there is lack of data, yes, which is true. So we had to come with a strategy, like, every service in Rwanda has data that is somewhere. So we came up with a data sharing strategy. We started like labeling our data, having policies around that, having even legal frameworks around that. But then this whole thing, we ended up with an AI policy. We were among the first countries that came with a policy, a national policy. But again, since I'm not only talking, because the question is not only for Rwanda, we also have other platforms whereby we talk with other sister countries, African sister countries. We have the Smart Rwanda, Smart Africa platform. We have the EAC. I mean, all these are, we have like these platforms where we share knowledge. We have constant checks, like, learning from each other, sharing experience. Like Uganda, for instance, they are now coming up with a strategy on AI. We're really sharing with them. We're sharing. Now, when it comes to the youth, and they should really see this as another opportunity. Let me call it like that. I'm not an economist, but it is common knowledge that the factors of production is what? Land, labor, capital, right? But now, technology, if you look at it, especially the emerging technologies, we're really trying to use this emerging technology to squeeze out every drop of opportunity, especially when it comes to the things that we don't have in excess. Like Rwanda, we don't have much land, but there is an opportunity to use precision agriculture and at least squeeze out every drop of, of yield out of the meager land that we have. There is also opportunity to really utilize emerging technologies, even in the domains that we started on the wrong foot, like medicine. You find like Rwanda, I don't know if other countries, it's common to have like one doctor per 1,000 or 10,000 patients. So with AI, there's an opportunity to really even transform the society, giving our society opportunities to have a good life. This is also enshrined in the National Strategy for Transformation too. But I also leave this maybe as a message to the youth, is really to be aware. There's a lot of information online. You can lose yourself in whatever you want, but there are things that will eventually touch your life. So I'm really, please read all these strategic documents. They will eventually affect your life in the coming future. You're the ones who are going to live longer. So please be aware of these things that are coming. Thank you.
Oh, well said. And everything you have said points out to our youth. The internet does not forget. Now to our last question before we do a final quick fire to Mr. Luther is about data. And he kept on mentioning data, data, data. Data is the fuel for AI. No question about it. However, as Africa, I don't know about other parts of the globe. As Africa, there are data flows outside and not inside. And they are monetized outside, not inside in the continent. So the question is, now is the time. We are discussing, we deal with it now, not tomorrow. How do we build an enforceable framework for African data sovereignty that still promotes innovation without shutting Africa out of global AI ecosystem? The question is, how do we ensure, as much as it is going out, there is an opportunity of what is outside still coming back in and growing around it?
Thank you. I'll start with one of my favorite songs, which I'm not going to sing though, by late fella Nicola Bukuti. Follow, follow. You see, we can't just follow, do the same thing, and expect different results. It's not going to happen. Okay, data leaving Africa without control is a big loss. So that we know. However, you said it as well. Framework. Everybody's been talking here. We have some centers, we have some, but I'm still looking for a generic template that we can all kind of adhere to. What's the journey, the roadmap? Say we want to implement AI, yes. We want to have our own infrastructure. We need the models, fine. There are lots of data that we are gathering here that is actually benefiting researchers outside Africa than ourselves. How come? If we don't have data, where did they get those from? So, data control. But to control something, you must have governance, you must have a framework, you must identify what you really want to control. On top of that, we cannot continue to build for China, for France, for Sweden, for whatever. Build what you need in Africa. Business is local. If you don't build for you, nobody will build it. And if we don't see you, you know what happened? We don't call you. So framework, governance, and the journey, the roadmap. That I like what you said last, like that we start sharing data. How can we make sure that it's not just being shared with the ICT organization, maybe it's shared with the right stakeholders that also have these futuristic ideas? I think that's the only way for us.
Well said. Structure, frameworks, Thank you very much, Mr. Luther. And just to close this up, I'm going to ask just one final question. You do not have the luxury of saying, I do not know. You don't have the luxury of saying both. You only have the opportunity of saying, giving only one answer. One, and we are done. So I'm going to ask this. AI or cybersecurity? If Africa could only get one thing right in the next decade, which one matters more? No fence sitting. I'm going to repeat the question and it will go down like that. If Africa could only get one right thing in the next decade, which would matter more? AI or cybersecurity? Go.
Thank you. It's no trade-off for me. Security. If I cannot control it, I can't use it.
Security.
Wow, now that one. For me, it's AI. School of thought. If you're going to tell me to build a house or to not build it so that no one takes it, I think I would build the house.
AI, 1-1.
It's a tough question. To choose
Can only choose one.
Choose between AI and yes, choose in that way. AI is artificial intelligence.
Yes, sir.
And we do have natural intelligence. Then you have to choose between artificial intelligence and security.
Yes.
For me, considering that if you have a bank and is protected, the robbers are armed with arms, you can't put someone with a stone on the gate. Then if AI is there, then AI can be applied in security. I choose AI.
Whew, thank you. 2-1. Yes, sir.
Well,
I was worried.
don't judge me because I come from a cybersecurity field. But again, I want to use this analogy before I provide my answer. You are given opportunity to build a house, but again, you don't know how to put, doors and windows which can secure your house, right? You are only seeing the shelter you are in, right?
Mm-hmm.
Saying, oh, starting from today, I'm not going to feel the rain anymore. Starting from today, I'll be actually not that cold, right? But again, in the future, thieves are around there, and we are going to store things inside there, right? So my part is around, I understand the importance of AI, but again, on the other side, I choose strong security measures and AI-controlled solutions.
No, that is not what is...
It is not allowed, but I started with the side that I'm actually going to a lot.
So which side is that, sir?
Stronger security measures.
Cyber, okay. Well, I had hopes. It's all right. Thank you very much. Cyber security.
Thank you. So you are forcing us to
you have to choose
one.
Yes, please.
Why not both?
No, that is not allowed in this panel. You can choose outside here. No problem.
Actually, both they are the same.
No, I shall not accept.
They are, because let me tell you.
I shall not accept, sir.
Let me explain. Yes.
Must choose one, sir.
Yes, let's explain why.
Yes, Professor.
Yes,
but at the end of the day, you must have one.
Okay. Yes, we get it.
Thank you.
Yes, so we are using actual AI.
Yes.
Is the solution which improve our way we lives. That's improving the way we live. And AI is actually, we use the machine learning, we use some other algorithm to build AI. Similarly, we can use also using AI, machine learning, to build a security solution, cyber security. So they are all incorporated. It is one thing. You cannot separate them. So they are the same. So using AI can achieve everything. Having a solution, having also develop a security solution on using AI algorithm.
I shall not move, sir, to the next panelist. You have to choose one.
Explain it.
You have explained
yes.
that
we're using AI one, to build the security solution.
So you are choosing AI?
To build the security solution.
AI. We shall stick to AI. Thank you very much, Professor.
Okay, thank you. You have put me, I have never felt like this is the time I should faint. But today I have. I have been one of the most courageous people going for exams, not fearing questions, but today, okay, a recent report by the World Economic Forum says that the level of sophistication of cyber attacks has gone more than 80 times higher. And in volume, it has also gone considerably higher with the advent of artificial intelligence. I would think of a situation where Chinese did not know how to make phones. The Chinese never knew how to make phones, and they decided to copy first. And then they mastered it later. Maybe we develop AI, and then we can sort security. Though my students would cry if they had this, because I teach AI and security. Though the thinking...
That's true. You're becoming tricky.
Yeah. Now the thinking, you need to get this something which I think you should have stated it. The sophistication, we who are doing normal things, these guys are all doing normal things. The ones we declare that we are doing normal things. We believe in ethics, we believe in doing things correctly. But the bad guy is not doing normal things. They have time to sit down and plan the bad way. That's why they're looking like they're beating us. And unfortunately, it is going to be like that. But if we can start with AI, maybe we can sort that. That is the tough situation you've put me in. We shall settle it later.
AI it is. You have really disappointed Mr. Luther. He said yes, yes until the last point. Please continue.
Now, I want it to be different because you said we say yes or no, or one, we choose one and then that is it. But people have talked about building houses. So I want to ask a question. You talked about a house and a door or windows. Which one is more important? The house or the door? You got my answer. No, I'm coming there, but I want us to explain this, right? He talked about security going higher due to AI, right? So AI becomes the foundation. You talk about building house, you can't have the door unless you have the house. Come on, guys, it's AI.
Please let us appreciate our panelists. Thank you very much. Let us appreciate our panelists that were AI took the day. I am Mama AI for a reason. I was really betting for you. But thank you very much. It has been an honest conversation, a tough conversation. Tough questions demand tough thinking. And you fell nothing of short of brilliance. So thank you very much, gentlemen. I really appreciate. Please, let's take an opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, let us appreciate our panelists. It has been a pleasure. Yes, I believe we are taking a photo, and for this, may I request at least two ladies? Yes.
I think, does the cameraman come?
Mr. Camera, the slower you speak, the slower you come. Yes, sir.
We have the AI Act in Europe. AI Act and GDPR and the rest of the like. They envisage the situation that if they do not create a human in the loop, we are going to have people being relegated because of AI. I mentioned it earlier on, but I think it is important to mention it here. African governments and also us need to position ourselves to make sure, if it is bad, we are the human in the loop to make sure AI is doing the right thing. Well, I didn't want this one to be part of that. That question is a very bad question. It can cause people sickness. So in that direction, it creates a unique opportunity for all of us that we can leverage on. And it is important we also appreciate that if we do not create
humans in the loop. Everywhere there is AI involved, we are getting relegated. Because the businessman is happier having AI do for him what it is going to do. But the AI Act of Europe changed the discussion. Then it started, those who know AI will take your job and not AI taking your job. So we need to know AI and make sure we position ourselves in any industry you're in. Can you be able to tell the persons you're working with to prepare correct data? Already, 80% of the data which is out there being used for training your AI is not good data. And if we don't have good data, we can't have good models. So the ball is in your court. The ball is in our court. Let's see how to kick it in the right direction. Thank you.
Can I say 2 words? I understand majority. I understand majority chose AI. But again, at least implement security in design, right? Not after, I mean in design, I mean at least, yes, from initial part until to the end. At least if you chose AI, but bring in mind, right? We are begging, bring in mind that aspect of cybersecurity, right?
I mean, what I was going to say is that I agree with you because if you don't secure, then everything we've been telling each other today, we're talking about missing our data, we're talking about being left behind, we're talking about we're not ready for cyber attack. Am I wrong about that? Almost everybody said that. So you want to build a house on a sand and you expect it to stand. You will never be able to compete. That AI will mean nothing without security because your president will be hijacked, your governors will be taken, all your data is owned by China or Russia or anybody because you build first and then you want to secure. What are you going to secure? Data is gone. Thanks.
There's no chance to retract the initial question. We still stick to the same. AI takes the day, but thank you, gentlemen. That was a healthy conversation. Thank you.
Check. Okay, can we have the lady in between there? Balance nicely. Yes. Yeah. Somewhere there. Secure AI. AI secured. All right, a round of applause for all of them. Thank you so much, Mama AI. Okay, can you give me the podium, please? So you will agree with me that this was an insightful conversation, and we want to thank our professors, gurus from the industry on the same. When the session started, Mama AI asked, "Where are the ladies?" But the truth is, all the gentlemen answered the questions she was asking. So the ladies were well represented, isn't it? So thank you so much again for a wonderful session. Now, this is what we're going to do. We have parallel sessions that are supposed to run now. What we're going to do, we're going to flip that upside down. We're going to have our presentations on this floor. That will save me time to ask you to go down and set up again. So we will move like that. I will call upon our presenters, be as brief as you can, because we do not have the luxury of time. As brief as you can. 5 minutes, I will be very happy. I'll get you a Fanta, if it is possible. And that is verified, don't worry. So let me invite Dr. Irene to be able to lead this session. Quickly, our presentations, so that we can get to the other important sessions. People are traveling, so we need to also take that into time. Sir.
Distinguished guests, fellow researchers and colleagues, I wish you a good evening. We are now going to resume our session of paper presentations, and we are going to walk you through, to take you to high hills of Rwanda, a place called Ngororero. Some of you know. I think that place is one of the reasons Rwanda is called a country of 1,000 hills. Those who don't know, it is a place where we have high hills. And what are we going to do there? Our next presenter, who is Jean de Dieu Hagenimana and Juma Sumbiri. They are going to go to Ngororero, collect some landslide data, bring them, feed them into the gigantic mathematical models, which we call machine learning, and then they are going to fine-tune those machine learning models. And before that, I want to give you a quote that was attributed to one of the famous person in the world. I don't really know this quote. I've not dug deep to know whether it is his quote, but it is attributed to him. Abraham Lincoln, he said, if I had 8 hours to chop down a tree, I would spend 6 hours sharpening my axe. And the topic of the presenter is called, he's going to have a time, of course, to talk about it. It's called the impact of data preprocessing on machine learning performance for landslide prediction in Rwanda's Ngororero sector. And data preprocessing is like sharpening the axe before you cut the tree. Allow me, join with me to welcome Mr. Jean de Dieu Hagenimana to walk us through the preprocessing process to predict landslide. Thank you. Welcome, Dr. Jean de Dieu Hagenimana for presentation. And you are given, please use the time efficiently. You're going to be given 5 minutes to give us your findings, and I welcome everybody to enjoy the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Irene. My name is Jean de Dieu. I'm a former student in MIT here at UNIRAC. And I want to present our research done with Dr. Sumbiri. And it deals with the impact of data processing on machine learning performance for landslide predictions in Rwanda's Ngororero sector. Our study was focused just on the sector, one of the sector of Ngororero district, which is the same name, Ngororero sector. So what is the problem? Landslide poses a major threat in Rwanda's hill and mountains Ngororero sector. In time, it caused loss of life, property damage, and disrupting livelihood. So what is the critical gap? The gap that we found is data collected and used in predicting machine learning and predicting landslides lacks some important features such as normalization and feature selection, since some data are full of noise, some data are not really ready to be used directly in predicting landslide. So we are asking ourselves that question. Do normalization and feature selection improve prediction accuracy in data scarce like Ngororero sector? This is our question. So our study area, which is Ngororero sector in Ngororero district, is composed by a complex topography. It is composed by rainfall during the whole year. And this is making the area prone to landslide every day. So our region of study has been famous in landslides among regions in western provinces. So here I'm showing some pictures of landslide in the Ngororero district. So what are our data sources? So we collected data for 3 different periods in 2015, 2019, and 2023. So our data are composed by some categories. They are topographic, climatic data, soil, vegetation, and we used some tools like ArcMap to determine which region, which area was prone to landslide or not. And this helped us to predict landslide for the future. Our methodology lies from data collection, data processing, model training, and testing, as well as development and model evaluation. So to continue our methodology, we splitted our data into 2 parts. One side, 70% was used for training our data and 30% used for testing. So we made some validation steps. For our case, we made 5-fold cross-validation to be sure that the model is well trained and ready to be used. So our results showed that when we use a model like a key nearest neighbors, we have the big improvement compared to the usage of data without pre-processing. And when we compare using feature selection, our features are ranked according to the importance in the data collection. So when we use one of the methods of feature selection, we found a big improvement when we deal with decision tree and neural network models. So our robust models supporting vector machine, key nearest network, and random forest showed a minimal impact for feature reduction, and this implies feature selection must be applied carefully. When you are removing some data to improve your prediction, sometimes you have to be careful. This is our findings. when we combine the two, normalization and feature selection, we found that the algorithm with random forest showed a great improvement, like around 1%. And this, as a conclusion, random forest with normalization and variance threshold emerged as the most robust, highest performing combination. For conclusion, we say, can we use pre-processing techniques to accurately predict landslide in Ngororo sector? The answer is yes. Normalization improves model performance across all algorithms. Feature selection, when applied carefully, enhances efficiency without sacrificing accuracy of the model. So the best result comes from combining both techniques, especially with random forest algorithm. So this deal with a recommendation, as we are recommending to use random forest while dealing with landslide prediction, especially in the area of study. We recommend future researchers to continue from where we ended and explore deep learning while leveraging spatial and temporary features. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jean de Dieu, for exciting presentation about feature selection that is part of data pre-processing for predicting the landslides. I welcome questions for, let's just take 2 minutes for question, and then we will proceed. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much for the presenter. I just have a quick questions. During your data presentations, in the table you have shown, I have seen that among the types of data you have used, the topographic data was 10-meter resolution, when the Landsat, the satellite imagery that you have used, were 30-meter resolutions. And your research is talking about normalization. How were you able to normalize such data to be integrated in one model? And how did you ensure the inventory, the use of a disaster inventory to ensure the accuracy of your landslide prediction map? Thank you.
Told you, now we are going technical. Yeah, it's getting hard. All right, you have 1 minute to answer the question. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Our data were corrected normally using different tools. For topographic data, we used Landsat 8, and the resolution is up to 10 meters. And for the inventory, we used Google Earth Engine. And with this engine, we come up with having some mapped points which are superposed to other features to have the same data set.
We are running short of time, but I think I cannot. Yes, please. 30 seconds. No problem.
Okay. Well done, Mr. Presenter. The work centers on feature selection, and it means that you have a lot of attributes in your data. After performing the feature selection, which one is most significant that gives the best results? Because feature selection is about knowing the significant attributes in your data.
Thank you very much. With our result, we showed that applying feature selection must be done carefully. We did some removing some features to see what is the impact on the model performance. And we found that when you only remove some features only without considering normalization, you are wrong. This is why we compared removing features or remaining with our all 5 features. And we found that it's better to remain with our features when you are on applying feature selection. But the conclusion done showed that when you use the feature selection based on the feature importance and the normalization, you get better results. Thank you.
I like academic presentations because everyone has something to say, and with many brains, everyone has seen the result in a different angle, and yeah, it's getting show. And remember, this research for the presenters, this research is going to be published. Before publication, there's still some work to do. You can still improve. All right, join the hands with me to thank Mr. Jean de Dieu for the presentation. Thank you so much. I wish you to enjoy the next presentation.
How are you? Tired? Exhausted? Exhausted? It's time for IoT. Say IoT. Let's do some IoT things. Stand up. Less than a minute. Let's stand up. As we stand up, we are welcoming the next guest on stage with some IoT project. We're going to do some IoT. What does IoT do? They are smart and they do things like human beings. I like what you did. Help me to draw the word coconut. 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 Draw the word coconut like an IoT would do. No, it doesn't do this. It doesn't do this. It does this. This is a C. Then an O. Another C. Then another. English is not Englishing. Please give me the proper spellings. Then, after O, the second O, we have an N. Let's do it slowly, slowly, accurately. Then an N, and then a U, a smart U, right? Right? And then we finish with a P and clap for the guest on stage. They are going to give us a project or a presentation on smart waste management using IoT, data analytics, and smart city technologies. 5 minutes max.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. As you see here, you are going to see only the smart management system using IoT for data analysis and the smart city technologies. As the population increases, it also can generate also the waste, and then the traditional system relies on the fixed schedule and the manual checks, flowing bins, inefficient collection, environment pollution, high cost, and then we need for real-time and the intelligent waste management. So you see everyone, if you pass through coffee shop, you can buy and then you go to the bin and then you put the coffee holder and then the waste can increase. So to solve this, we have those relevant of the study. This system will support the smart city development. It can improve the environment, sustainability, and the public health. Also, it can reduce the operation costs, fuel consumption, and then enable real-time data-driven decision. Then the methodology we have used IoT-based smart waste management system. Those are the component hardware. We have used the sensors and the microcontroller. It does an Arduino component, and then we have a wireless communication with a global system or the communication via telephone, and then long-range wireless communication as the way of transmitting or emitting the SMS, and then we include the cloud platform for data analysis and monitoring. Then the bin should be configured with ultrasonic sensor that will measure the level of the bin. If you put the waste in the bin, the sensor will make a detection of the level of the bin until the bin is full. Then cloud data will facilitate us in the communication. Then the function of these tools will also the easy to monitor real time data collection analysis and route optimization. You see the components, how all those components working together. You see the bin there with a chip or components. It can work with a wireless and then transmit the data, the wireless via a cloud, and then we also send the alert to on the button. If the bin is on the 80%, it cannot be full, but it is near full. Our that the bin is near to be full. Then if it reaches to the 90, then also the sensor gives the alert to the waste to come and take the waste. You see, as the result, the real-time monitoring improves efficiency, optimized routes, and you see across the different areas waste and wait until the waste come. For this is a solution for that. Instead of waiting for the waste collection from different areas, you come with a specific area to take the waste. Achievement, the costs are reduced by approximately 30%. They also reduce it by 25%. Collection trips reduces by approximately 40%, and the cleanliness improved by 45%. You see, this is a bar chart how the system improving depends on the technology. And then you see that level of the bin. You see that bin 1 is in green. If it becomes orange, the ultrasonic can start make alert. And if the bin attain to the level of 3, directly it can make alert by saying overflow detection and high gas warning. This time automatically it can send alert to the waste collector to come and take the waste directly. You see that everything here is clear. Apart from this, we have to know how smart waste management works using IoT. You know, as I told you above, the bin with IoT sensors measure level of the waste, and then from the measurement, the waste data sent to cloud server, and the real-time monitoring dashboard shows the levels, and then this the alert sent overflow truck dispatch all sent to the waste collector, as also the above on the bottom it is well explained. Waste bin, cloud server, dashboard, and then the truck to come to take the waste. And then after this, writing the conclusions and the recommendation. IoT significantly improves waste management performance and enable efficiency, sustainability operation. It reduces environment impact, and also we recommend that it should be adopted in different cities so that we can make our city clean. Can make also, should be also applied at the home. Have to make to buy this and you put it on your home, and then if the bin is full, just the waste collector may come and take your bin and reduce the bad smell. It's scale deployment in urban area, and then you should also integrate for AI prediction in the future. Then this is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your kind attention.
Yes, that's a very good presentation. As you think of two questions, no, engineers and security people will always think about security. This bin in Kenya is not very safe. Someone might hack into it, and instead of it being taken to Remera, it is taken to Gikondo. Is it safe? Two questions. Any two questions? I have one here, a second one. You're lucky, you got one question. I'll make it 1.5.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, dear presenter. My question concerns to how should we integrate in that system to select those wastes. Actually, the big problem that we should have in waste management, it is selection. So while we put in that bin, why not this IoT, this system cannot help us to not let, if it is this plastic, this is organic matters or organic waste. When you need to put organic matter, organic matter in plastic, don't open or link or sound. That is an error that you made. So it not should be able to include this part of in that system. Thank you very much.
Quite a clear question. On to you for an answer.
Yeah. You, let's come back. You see, as you put the waste in the bin, the level of the bin will increase. Instead of waiting you to be increased up to the full, the sensor will detect and send automatic alert to the waste collector, because the area of where the bin is located is also known, because the alert from the location of the bin to the waste collector is known, is clear. It can also indicate by Google Map, and then from the waste collector may come directly. Reason why I told you that it can save the fuel and the trip, unnecessary trip. Thank you.
I told you it would be 1.5 questions. I saw it coming.
Maybe he did. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Let me increase explanation according to. Look, the most problem that we have in solid waste management, it is selection, sorting, to sort them. So plastic with organic or whatever. So I need to know in your big knowledge in IT to develop those soft and what, whether we cannot have an application to increase or making an arrangement for this system to let sound when you put the plastic in organic. That should help us to separate these kind of materials. Thank you.
I just understand. The selection to separate those plastics and those organics. Okay, that is the idea. It can be included, and it is possible. It's possible to make that.
There's some assistance here.
Okay, thank you very much, presenter. I like your innovation.
Thank you.
And I think it is something which is very important. My question is a little bit related to his. I would give you a question and maybe give you some tips which you can see how to look into improving that. Creating a tool which gives you a tone, some noise or some sound because you have put plastic in organic waste may not work because the person who throws garbage, many times they don't care because of culture. That's why when the bin is full, they can throw it around the bin. But in places where they care, when the bin is full, he goes with his garbage to his house and keeps it. He will come back tomorrow. Now, in your case, you would create, using AI, integrate AI, where you could, there is a sensor to sense the type of garbage for sorting purposes, so that the correct container opens for you to put the correct garbage in it. That would help with the element of valorization of the garbage. Because I think the biggest problem is that we do not sort garbage at source. We attempt to sort it where we are dumping it, which becomes very complicated for valorization and all these sorts of things. So maybe you can collaborate with a couple of your colleagues who are doing certain issues of image recognition in AI, and they'll support you. There's this gentleman here, this one here. Yes, they can help you and you collaborate and you come up with something very interesting. And I think you will have done a solution which is really novel. Give it a shot.
Thank you so much.
Other than the Kenyan thing where they will carry their garbage and hide it away, I'm sure in Rwanda it is safe. Because also that is another problem which you may look at. The security of your bin. Because it has valuable material, the sensors and all these small compute devices you put there, some people will carry this device and take it to Uganda instead. And you know what will happen to your truck. You understand?
Yes.
Thank you.
Welcome.
That is awesome. A hand of applause for our presenter. And at this point, we're not going to do another coconut. No, we are not. Allow me to bring on board Dr. Albert. For him to take us to the next session, we are rushing with time. Most of our presentations will just be in the publication. We may not have enough time for everyone to present. Do you agree with me? Albert will confirm that with me also.
A round of applause for Prof and the presenters. Prof, thank you so much for making my work easier. The Prof has said we don't have enough time. Do we agree? Yes. Enough time. I wish I would have swallowed the whole loaf of bread today, but I can spare some for tomorrow. So for the remaining presentations, there is no loss for you. Remember, we have JOCCI. Do you remember JOCCI? Yes. So all papers that were to be presented there in this booklet will be considered for publication. So kindly send them, submit them, they'll be reviewed for publication. Just because we don't have time, I would, and the management here are about to send me a warning alert that time is running out. So moving forward, we want to have a conclusion on what has taken place today. This was a hub of ideas, innovation, and collaboration. I've been amazed by me having the possibility of moving the computer just with my eyes, and garbage bins that will be able to alert the industry about, proliferation. These are good ideas. So I'm going to invite Dr. Minji to give us a summary of the recommendations, and then we shall move on to the conclusion from one of our leaders. A round of applause for Dr. Minji.
Distinguished guests and delegates, good evening again. As he mentioned, I'm Dr. Minje, but it is good to call me Dr. Rich as always, as I always mention. I, Dr. Richard, Dr. Atenya, and another brother have done a good job, a critical one, though hidden, but it was a very critical one. We've been taking the different resolution from all the researches that have been presented over here, and from keynote speeches, even from the discussion. We are very happy to be here so that we can also present to you all the recommendations and resolutions that have been taken today. Today's conference was the first one on computing, information sciences, and technology under the theme Harnessing emerging technologies for sustainable development, innovative solution for changing worlds. Through different presentations, keynote speeches, and panel discussion, we came up with around 20 key resolutions. And this resolution are different recommendations that are addressed to different stakeholders, starting from different scholars. We are also recommending the government, without even forgetting educational institutes, higher learning institution, and even some technology company that we call tech company. From all of these researches and all presentations that have been done here, we heard someone saying that if you can't verify AI, then don't trust it. This is really important. Trust AI after you have verified it, because AI, artificial intelligence, can't always determine what is real. Therefore, add a trust layer before making AI decision. Moving fast, but build trust first. If you can't verify AI, then don't trust it. Sustainability must guide all technological advancements. Let us use technology, but let us ensure its sustainability. And if you want them, or if you want all the technologies to be sustainable, then let us verify them before trusting them. Therefore, environmentally responsible computing, energy efficiency system, and ICT solution for development are essential to ensuring that technological progress support long-term social, economic, and environmental well-being. This has been mentioned by Professor Jean Gamige, the Vice Chancellor of UNILAC. And as the demand for effective assistive communication technology continues to grow, the development of multilingual models to bridge communication gap across diverse African communities is highly recommended. Once us as African, we have developed the model for our own communication, then this will tour around the world. Educators, policymakers should also adapt the use of AI, and they should integrate it with machine learning in predicting and evaluating factors that correlate to the student success. This was shown in a research that have leveraged the importance of using AI in education. In line with this, the institution in charge should provide a scalable framework for continuous curriculum optimization in this digital era. So AI should also be integrated into the curriculum. Universities must enhance their effort by strengthening awareness campaigns, incorporating data privacy into curriculum, and even offer continuous digital literacy trainings. AI will always be there, but you also need the knowledge of this AI. So many people think they know how to use AI, but so many people do not know how to use AI. So we need digital literacy to know the proper usage of AI. And at the same time, students must work to align their online action with their security knowledge. Lasting data security depends not just on awareness, but on changing behavior, which requires consistent institutional support. We also need continuous regulatory adaptation. We need the laws. We need the guidances, which must evolve with technological advancement and changes. As emerging technologies are changing every day, every morning, we need different guidelines, different laws and regulation that should rule or that should guide their application in a proper way and proper manner. We also need continuous stronger enforcement of data privacy and cybersecurity standard, which is really important when you're talking about technology, when you're talking about emerging technologies, the privacy and the security of our data. As we have so many cyber robbers, we also need so many cyber security to ensure our data are private and well secured. Effective augmented intelligence system must be designed as socio-technical arrangements that prioritize human oversight, ethical governance, and critical thinking. We need to deeply explore the application of Internet of Things that we call IoT for waste management, especially in urban cities and peri-urban areas. Waste disposal has become a very serious problem, which comes with different environmental and health impacts. The use of Internet of Things can be an added value to contain and come up with a good recommendation for our waste disposal, hence our health and environmental protection. We need to align the controller with electric bus expansion and changing strategies to maximize mobility and air quality benefit, as we are still relying on air pollution coming from diesel or engine using vehicles. We need to explore the use of IT, the use of emerging technology to see how we can control pollution and continue the management of e-mobility, electronic mobility. We still need digital literacy and simple sign-off testing practices that are user-friendly, that will be essential for maximizing Wi-Fi efficiency in public and private environments. In our current jobs, we need internet. We rely on internet. Dominantly, in whatever we are doing, we need internet. Even some of the emerging technologies need internet. So this internet needs to be secured. For this, we need digital literacy that has simple sign-off testing practices to enable the maximization of the Wi-Fi efficiency. The Internet of Things enables smart flood early warning system should be leveraged too. This one can significantly enhance the Rwanda's disaster risk reduction capacity while providing scalable model for other climate vulnerable regions. There is an urgent need for security by design approaches that balance the resilience, resource efficiency, and scalability in rural emergency network. We need always ensure normalization of data for accurate landslide prediction to guide disaster risk mitigation and preparedness related policy decision. Once the data are not well normalized, there are always the possibility of different errors. And when errors are in our data, errors are in our results, that means our results are going to misguide the decision makers. So normalization is very important to make sure we predict accurately the landslide and all climate-related hazards and disasters. We need to share our data to the right stakeholders. This one supports the first resolution. If you can't verify it, don't trust it. If you haven't verified it, don't share it. If you share it wrongly, wrong decisions are going to be made. Let us verify all the AIs before we trust them. We need to design a structured framework governance to guide the appropriate use of AI. This recommendation came from a very insightful panel discussion that we had over here. To repeat it, we need to design, or the government in support with different agencies and stakeholders, we all need to design a structured framework governance to guide the appropriate use of AI, which goes hand in hand with the digital literacy. Without taking so much time, I, Dr. Atenya, and our colleague also need a round of applause for this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Richard and Dr. Atenya, for those resolutions. We came here with questions on emerging technologies. I hope that as we live here as architects of sustainable development, of sustainable applications. We came here and we understood that data is just noise until we apply it to a changing world. So today, we've turned that noise into a roadmap. I hope you're catching my drift. Yes. So as we've come to the tail end of our conference, I want to invite Professor Emmanuel Akizimana, our DVC for academics, to make his closing remarks and hopefully also declare this conference closed so that we may be able to depart from here. Thank you so much. May the Lord bless you. I was your host, Albert Maake.
Good evening. My role is very simple: to provide closing remarks after following the successful presentation that took place here. It is a speech that should be very easier because it is guided by feelings rather than reasons. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, speakers who have contributed during opening session, and those who have contributed during keynote speakers, paper presenters, panel discussants, ladies and gentlemen. This evening we are very thankful. We are very thankful for many reasons that you have seen. But due to the time, which is limited, you wanted to say thank you and requesting you to clap for ourselves because you have done really indeed a good job. As we come to the end of this conference, on behalf of senior management and on my behalf as Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of academics and research, because I say on my behalf also because I'm really very happy because this is under my responsibility. So really you have contributed for the global world because research is a support for the entire world. You have contributed for our country, for our university, but also in a particular way. You have helped me to perform my work. So I really thank you so much. Thank you. So in the records of my work and my report, this is included. So on my behalf, I'm very grateful and gratitude to each and everyone who have contributed to make this conference successful and to help me also to be successful in my responsibility as a Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of academics and research. So we are sincerely appreciating to all participants for your valuable contribution and engagement throughout this conference. Especially, we are very thankful for our visitors. Guests are always a blessing. So that's why I have started from the visitors. It doesn't mean that I have forgot the partners who have invested a lot in this conference, but on behalf of senior management, we are very thankful to our visitors who have traveled from different countries and who have put aside their responsibilities and duties. We are also very thankful to our partners whom have worked together to make this conference possible. We are very grateful to organizers, especially the staff from the Faculty of Computing. Dear visitors, normally our research framework, it is organized in the fact that each faculty should organize the international conference for each academic year. So this was especially for the Faculty of Computing. So the other time we shall have also very soon in October, I think, we will have the International Conference for Environmental Studies. Then the International Conference for Business related programs and for the Faculty of Education. So we are building research culture throughout this kind of framework. So we really thank you, dear academic staff, Dean of Faculty, professors from the Faculty of Computing, for organizing in collaboration with the management of INLAC for organizing for this wonderful conference. I also want to be thankful to the administrative staff of our university, presenters, researchers, students. On behalf of INLAC management, we really thank you. Actually, conclusion and closing remarks, that's why I say it's very easy expressing the feelings to what has been done. So our dear partners, researchers, students, we are very thankful. So the meaningful interactions that have taken place here between researchers, industries experts, and policymakers emphasized on the need for continued partnership to bridge the gap between academia and practitioners as we move forward in this global sustainable development. The implementation of these resolutions from this conference will be a milestone for adding knowledge to this field, especially in the area of AI. And it is a very good contribution to the development, even to improve our international journals, because these are publications that are going to be also used as the content of our research journals. As we move forward, let us remain committed, work together as we promote ethical innovation, because ethics is very important in this journey. We have talked about cybersecurity, but without ethics and moral obligation of each and everybody engaged in this field, we cannot be more successful as we expect. So ethical innovation and even strengthening the capacity building for our students, our staff, and exchange of knowledge is very important. So I commend that this collaboration that has been demonstrated from this conference may be continued. And we promise you that whenever you invite INLAC to join hands in your respective institutions, we promise you that we will be there surely. On behalf of organizers, I extend a heartful gratitude to all of you for making this conference a success. I wish you a safe travel and continue to succeed in your respective endeavors and in your respective responsibilities. Once again, thank you so much. May God bless you. And by the virtue that I have entrusted to me by the senior management of INLAC, I declare that this conference is closed. May God bless you.
Now, as we go, before we do that, we have a token of appreciation for some of our guests, and that's why I'm holding on a professor so that we can do this. So I will call and kindly come so that you receive a token of appreciation and a photo. Then we'll be able to say a closing prayer. Dr. Rulinda, be ready for a closing prayer. So our first guest to be honored is Mama AI. Let's clap for Mama AI. Joanne Mbesia, CEO of Tech Mindset. Yes, clap for her. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your time and for us. Next is Dr. Michael Luther. Security first. Yes. Sir, thank you so much. Move here. Wow, thank you so much. Next is Dr. Ouma. A round of applause for him. We are grateful, sir, for your time to come and grace our conference. Very good. And last but not least, Dr. Michael Twape. Sir, also thank you so much for your time and expertise to come and grace our conference. Please come again, yes. Yes. Sawa, sawa. Thank you so much. The rest of us, we love you. Don't worry. We love you. Dr. Rulinda, please.
Of course, we love them and you're going to pray for them. That's the most important thing. Okay, if you don't mind, please, would you like to stand up for closing prayer? Thank you. Our dear and loving God, we thank you so much for this wonderful day, for this fruitful day. This conference, you have been putting this conference in your hands. You have been our university, bless the entire world. God, that's all we ask you in the name of Jesus. Amen. Thank you. Let's clap your hands also for our moderator, our servant.
Thank you so much. As we log off, we want to thank the organizers. If you have any questions, queries after the conference, reach out to our organizers and they'll be able to address your concerns and issues. Thank you so much. God bless you. Let's meet again.